encourage you to take your seats. It's great to see discussions underway already in the room. But the one thing I was warned is to make sure I keep this on time. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anita Maguire. And on behalf of the Royal Irish Academy, I'm delighted to welcome you here today for what I think is going to be a very exciting series of discussions over the next couple of hours, a very timely event. I want to welcome everyone. I want to welcome in particular Mags Walsh and the representatives from the British Council who've partnered with the Royal Irish Academy on this event today. But I want to welcome all our colleagues from the higher education sector here and in the UK. But I'm also intrigued to see that other organisations such as TUSLA, the Gardaí, HSE have decided to participate in the event today, and that really highlights to me that the topics we're discussing here today, they're obviously critical to the higher education sector, but there are similar challenges in other sectors, and it's really important that we all share the learning for those events. I've been warned to give you all the indication of the emergency exits in case the discussions here today get too hot and we burn into flames. There's an exit here, and then there are the exits behind you through the front entrance to the building. Could I ask everybody to turn their mobile phones to mute as well? And I want to particularly welcome all of our participants, the people who are speaking here today and the panellists, each one of you for taking your time to come along today and share your experience and share your insights with the groups. So I want to welcome from the British Council, as I mentioned, Mags Walsh already, but Andy McKay, James Hampston, and the British Council in Northern Ireland Director Jonathan Stewart. And from the UK, our keynote speakers, Dr. Jason Arday from Durham University and Mr. Gary Loke from Advanced Higher Education. Panellists from the UK, Michael O'Shea, the lecturer in Queen's University Belfast and the International Staff Network, and the keynotes from the Irish higher education sector, Professor Kathleen James Chakraborty and Dr. Gemma Irvine. You're all extremely welcome here today to present your insights on the topics we're here to discuss. And also the panellists, Dr. Eben Joseph from RCSI, Dr. Ross Woods, Dr. Anastasia Crickley, and Megan Riley, the Equality Officer for the Union of Students of Ireland. It really is a tremendous lineup of people, each one of whom brings their own experience, their own insights to share with the group here today. And I think, you know, the purpose of today is to focus specifically on race and ethnicity. There's been a lot of discussion over recent years on the importance of diversity in the higher education sector. But you open the sentence with diversity, and by the end of the sentence, that really narrows down to gender diversity very quickly. The fact that we're here today to focus specifically on race and ethnicity is extremely important. And given the stage of development of the higher education sector in Ireland today, I can't think of a better time to actually focus on these issues. And our objectives for today is to learn from people who have insights in this area. I'm particularly looking forward to learning from the UK higher education sector, learning what the challenges are, but in particular, learning, you know, some tips on how we can move forward here in Ireland so that we don't have to go over the same ground again, but we get pragmatic suggestions on steps we can take to improve the situation here in Ireland. It's quite extraordinary. Everybody in the higher education sector will openly, quite happily, say how committed they are to having different voices participate in debate, voices from different backgrounds, different experiences, enrich all of the activities of the higher education sector. So our research activities, our teaching activities, the way we engage with outside stakeholders. We all openly embrace the importance of diversity in those voices. But the way we operate day to day doesn't actually carry forward on that commitment. And I'd like to come out from today with some really tangible steps that we can advise our higher education institutes to accelerate the rate of change and to really embrace the importance of diversity in the way we make decisions on a day-to-day basis. I'm delighted that there will be a paper coming out from today, a discussion paper, which will summarise the documents. And that's very important because obviously the people in the room here today will benefit from the discussions, but there's a whole group of people who can't be here today who will benefit from the discussion paper and be able to bring forward these suggestions. Here in the Royal Irish Academy, I have the fortune of chairing the Diversity Committee, ably supported by Vanessa Carswell, who I think is here in the room with me. And, as a diversity committee, we're very committed to working towards greater diversity across all aspects of the Academy, membership, our committees, our events, and recognising that there's a long way to go. It's quite interesting, when we were preparing for the event for today, we actually were unable to collect statistics in terms of our track record in diversity in terms of race and ethnicity. And I think that says a lot about just how much work we have to do. We were simply unable to give any indication of the extent to which the activities of the Academy embrace diversity across race and ethnicity. And I hope that in 2 or 3 years' time, if we had a similar event, that we would have moved forward as an Academy and that we could at least start to talk about what we've done in this area. There's no question about it. From my perspective as chair of the Diversity Committee, we will be looking very closely at the outcomes of the discussions here today and using the learning from today to inform what we do as a committee into the future, and to make sure we take the steps now to advance the Royal Irish Academy as a central organisation which is so important to academic life in Ireland. But I think the thinking today, obviously we're focused on race and ethnicity in higher education, but I believe the topics we're discussing have so much more. They're important in much broader areas of public life rather than just the higher education elements. I want to thank some people because, I come in and I walk into the room and I get the opportunity to stand up and talk to you. Everybody here is aware of just how much work goes into organising an event like this. I want to sincerely thank the people who made this happen. Mags from the British Council, and here in the Royal Irish Academy, Sinead Reardon, Jennifer Riley and Jennifer Keneally. Tremendous work has gone on in the background to bring together such an exciting lineup of speakers and, to do all of the practical organisations for today. I've been told my reputation as a tough timekeeper has gone before me, so I will encourage people. What I would like out of today is that everybody has an opportunity to say the important things they have to say, but also I'd like an opportunity to have discussion among the audience here in the room. The benefit of having different people with different perspectives is important. So if I'm tough on time, I'll apologise in advance. But I certainly would encourage everybody to actually, take the opportunity to add your voice to the discussions. I suppose one other element that today's event has really brought to light, one of the participants was unable to participate simply because of accessibility to this building. And it's tremendous being in a building with the history that this building has, but when the practicalities of whether somebody who really has so much to add to the debate was unable to get into the room, it says a lot about what we have to do here in the Royal Irish Academy and more broadly in Irish society. So thanks very much, everyone, and I'll hand you over to Mags, who's going to give you a welcome on behalf of the British Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're really delighted to be here, and thanks to Anita for that brilliant opening session. We wanted to welcome you all here and also to let you know, of course, that we're live streaming today, so there'll be people joining us on the live stream as well. If you want to participate in the conversation digitally, the hashtag is there on the slide, so we'd really encourage you to join that conversation as well. At British Council, we have a deep commitment to equality, diversity and inclusion. It's something we both try to embody as an organisation and something we try to advance in the context in which we work, both here in Ireland and across the network of about 100 operations around the world. In Ireland, it's part of our 5-year strategy, and it's in our work in higher education, but also our work in arts and in work in science. It's a definite programme priority for us. We also hit our 30th anniversary this year, and any time you hit a milestone birthday, it gives you a sense of pause and reflection, and it's only really redoubled our commitment to EDI. It's a particular pleasure then that we get to work with the RIA today, and it really has been a genuine process of co-design and co-collaboration with Sinead and Jennifer and the team at the RIA. We sat together and we thought, what is it we want to change in the space, or what is the conversation that we want to have in this space? We didn't have a preconceived idea of how it would be, but we knew we were really committed to doing something together, and I think both organisations would like to continue to work together in this space as much as we can. The more time we spent thinking about this, the more convinced we were that it was time to help strengthen everybody's resolve to tackle racism and exclusion within higher education, and that now is an important moment as ever. We're very pleased to be able to facilitate this exchange of insight, expertise and knowledge between the UK and Ireland. Connections and collaborations are widespread across HE between the UK and Ireland. Tomorrow, early career researchers invited by the RIA and the British Academy are here in the Academy to meet as part of the Knowledge Frontiers Symposium. The Irish Research Council is working with the Arts and Humanities Research Council, and they have a current call for specific UK-Ireland collaboration in digital humanities. Despite all this activity, I know many of you, we've discussed it this week, are feeling an eerie silence around Brexit and tomorrow's significant date. We wait anxiously to know what the future of UK participation in programmes like Horizon and Erasmus Plus will be, but I can guarantee you that on behalf of the team here in British Council Ireland, we'll try and continue to find ways to collaborate no matter what the next 11 months bring. So I just want to also echo some thanks to Sinead and the two Jennifers at the RIA. Thank you very much for working with us. To my own team, Aoife and Liz, who've had strong commitment to this project from when we started it, and to all our speakers who so kindly responded to our invitation to come today. I hope the conversation will be fruitful. I hope that we'll come away with some specific actions for all of us, and I hope that I'll have plenty of time to chat to people over the course of the day as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Max. It's my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speakers this afternoon, and that's Professor Kathleen James Chakraborty, who since 2007 has been Professor of Art History here in UCD, having previously held a professorship in the University of California, Berkeley. Her work has challenged Western-centric and patriarchal approaches to the history of architecture, and in particular, her book, Architecture Since 1400, is a global survey which fully considers the role of women in commissioning, designing, and inhabiting buildings. In addition to her positions on the boards of scholarly journals and cultural institutions, she spent 2 years as Deputy Chair of the Gender Equity Action Group in UCD and as a member of the Athena Swan Ireland Committee. The Royal Irish Academy was delighted when she was elected as a member in 2011, and in 2018 she became the first woman to be awarded a Royal Irish Academy Gold Medal. So we look forward to hearing what you have to say, Kathleen.
Well, it's a real honor and somewhat intimidating to be asked to speak. I have expertise in some of these issues, but not in others. I've been asked to speak about the status of equality and diversity initiatives in Irish higher education from my perspective as an American-trained academic who is now both an Irish professor and a German faculty wife. In the following, I'm going to mix the personal, which of course is always political, with observations regarding where we are in Ireland today. Although there has certainly been progress recently, I remain deeply cynical about the effectiveness of many of the strategies that are being adopted, as I believe some of them dodge the degree to which sexism, racism, and harassment are holding women and members of ethnic minorities back. Like most women of my generation, I had a moment when my career was nearly derailed. When I was a doctoral student, the most famous professor in the department responded during his office hours to my lack of sycophantism with a very graphic description, I'll spare you, of the roots of his misogyny. I reported him. He received no formal reprimand, but his colleagues chewed him out, and I emerged with a decent grade. He subsequently won a MacArthur Fellowship and had a very celebratory obituary in the New York Times many years later. I was extremely fortunate. When my lecturers believed me, they knew that senior figures in the field had written letters of recommendation for me and that a cousin directed a major museum. What would have happened if I had been the descendants of the slaves that earlier generations of my family had owned? Or, like my husband, an Indian member of the first generation in the family to attend university? Or an Irish woman, or for that matter, young man? Would my harasser have been awarded a powerful and prestigious administrative role on the back of an accusation, since no victim should be encouraged to destroy his career or his marriage? A decade later, the chancellor at Berkeley, where I was teaching, was about to step down, Chancellor Tien, one of the great university presidents in American history. The inside candidate to replace him was the university's able number 2, Carol Christ. After Bob Berdahl got the job, the campus university interviewed a member of the search committee who reported that when Berdahl, who was more than a foot taller than Christ, walked into the room, he looked like a chancellor. He said that he, like most members of the committee, had made up his mind before Berdahl had even opened his mouth. Today here in Ireland, we call this unconscious or implicit bias. At Berkeley in 1997, almost everyone called it outrageous and illegal sexism, including Berdahl himself, who was deeply embarrassed and immediately expanded the university's childcare facilities in order to ingratiate himself with female faculty. Sexism and its corollary, racism, are conscious decisions made by people intent on retaining power for those with whom they identify. And they have real consequences. 59% of the women, almost all of whom were white, who brought coeducation to Yale a half century ago have said that sexism hindered their careers. 1/3 of that group were housewives and did not even have careers outside the home, which means that almost all of those in one of the world's best educated and best connected groups of women who did work outside the home were impeded because they were female. Berdahl was a decent man. 2 decades after he was hired, however, Christ, then 72, too old to be a university president in Ireland, was finally appointed the university's first female chancellor because Janet Napolitano, the president of the University of California system, refused to continue to tolerate the pervasive sexual harassment that had for decades wrecked the careers and indeed the lives of many of the university's most talented students, faculty, and staff. Since 2015, the campus has sanctioned 7 full professors, including a vice chancellor and a dean of the law school, who used to start the day by cupping the breasts of his African-American administrative assistant. These were men who were unusually powerful, not necessarily because they were outstanding scholars, but above all, because they leapt at the chance to take roles that gave them more authority over people and thus more opportunities to bully and harass. Harassment happens here too. Until senior faculty are barred from campus, those who have protected them lose their positions, and all of this is in the Irish Times. It will continue. We have made real progress in the last 5 years regarding the position of white women, if not necessarily people of color, in Irish academia. One woman can take much of the credit. In 2014, Dr. Micheline Sheehy-Skeffington successfully sued NUIG Galway as she was turned down for promotion. The case mattered because it proved that there had been discrimination on the basis of gender. Moreover, because the plaintiff refused to keep the money for herself and instead used it to advance the cases of her colleagues, it demonstrated that personal gain was not the issue. Finally, because she carried the name of 2 of Ireland's leading advocates for women's suffrage, one of whom was murdered by the British during the Easter Rising, it was impossible for the government and the society who elected them to ignore the situation. All of us who care about equality in Ireland are in her debt. The Higher Education Authority responded by commissioning a study of the state of play regarding gender in the third-level sector. There were few surprises. Women are hired in impressive numbers, particularly in non-STEM disciplines, but they are not promoted in equal numbers, nor are they often appointed to powerful roles. An Irish woman, Louise Richardson, a Catholic no less, which matters because she's the first since the Reformation, is Vice Chancellor of Oxford, the first woman ever to hold that post, but none has ever led a university in this country. In order to begin to address these inequalities, the HEIA hired what is now Advance HE, a UK-registered charity, to import the Athena Swan process to Ireland. Athena Swan began as a British effort to improve the situation for women in STEM disciplines. There is much to commend it. Its emphasis on statistics is particularly effective in a context in which male and female scientists, engineers, and medics are largely unfamiliar with feminist theory and scholarship, since both in British and Irish higher education lack the breadth requirements found, for instance, in the United States. Gathering the necessary statistics has proven to be, as some of you in this room know all too well, very hard work, especially since much of the relevant data was not previously collated in Ireland. But they provide an impartial snapshot of the situation and red flag places in which change is clearly necessary. In particular, they illustrate what is often termed the pipeline problem, in which the number of women in a discipline declines at every step along the way from undergraduate all the way up to full professor, without, of course, documenting the reasons for which women leave. The Athena Swan Charter's commitment to permanent rather than temporary contracts, which has unfortunately not yet had much impact in Ireland, promotes better working conditions for men as well as women. Athena Swan has prompted Irish universities to introduce a welcome raft of new policies. In my own, at UCD, these cover everything from core hours and gender identity to the gender balance at meetings and the provision of research leave following maternity leave. These are really important steps forward. Athena Swan's more recent engagement with improving conditions for Black and minority ethnic groups also merits a strong shout-out. Exactly how these will be applied in Ireland remains to be determined. It's something we can discuss today. But at a time when both the residents and citizens of this country and this island are increasingly diverse, and when international students are making a crucial contribution to the bottom line of Irish higher education, and many, if not of them, are diverse as well, this is critical. In Ireland, inclusion encompasses not only the children of Chinese and Indian parents wealthy enough to send them to university here, but travelers and refugees, as well as all those whose families have no history of third-level education and or who are struggling economically. More than half a century ago, my father campaigned for the integration of the local schools because he wanted me to have the benefit of studying in a diverse environment. He also knew that my African American teachers were better than their white counterparts because they had few alternative career options and more social commitment, and insisted on critical thinking already in elementary school. Our students are not equipped to be global citizens until they are taught the history and cultures of other parts of the world as being equal to their own, and instructed in the ways in which this island, as well as being an early victim of colonization, participated in and benefited from British imperialism. When my son studied Calcutta in geography for the Leaving Cert, reference was made only to its poverty, not to the propensity of Presidency College, for instance, for producing world-class academics to a degree unrivaled by any Irish university, however much higher our universities may sit in the international rankings. You don't have a week when the Nobel Prize comes out when everybody in the city is betting on who's going to get bio, who's going to get chemistry, who's going to get physics, and who's going to get economics, because they're local kids in the game in each of them each year. This last year, one of them went to economics. We must remember that we must remember that change only happens if we confront uncomfortable truths. A colleague recently sent me a white paper with the best inclusion practices from universities of science and technology from across Europe. One university in a country that until World War II had a substantial Jewish community was commended for having staff from different countries share their Easter and Christmas traditions with one another. Rather than rewarding such odiousness, they should be condemned for developing a program that ensures that those without a Christian heritage continue to feel unwelcome. We can be just as clumsy. The president of an Irish university gave a talk on equality, diversity, and inclusion strategy on an all-male conference panel, something that nobody committed to equality, diversion, or inclusion, rather than whitewashing and window dressing, has done in decades. Athena Swan is a useful tool, but it is insufficient. We have to be more aggressive about calling out sexism and racism. Breaking employment law and tolerating violations of the law have to result in serious sanctions. One problem in Ireland is that the amounts of money involved are so small. Sheehy Skeffington received €70,000. In my former department at Berkeley, an unproven accusation of racial and sexual discrimination resulted more than 20 years ago in a payout of $1 million. Almost all positive change in American academia regarding sexual and racial discrimination has come through the court system. Universities simply decided that it was too expensive to break the law. A further problem in Ireland, as everywhere, is the number of men who would never engage in such behavior themselves. In fact, the number who will is minuscule. but who refuse to sanction those who do. Another concern about Athena Swan is that, as the case of my own university demonstrates, it's possible to be awarded at least bronze with almost all the work being done by mostly junior and mostly female academics, whose careers might benefit more from publishing the next article or book. Senior male academics in less heads of school can usually, not always, and some of them are very good and volunteer, evade time-consuming contributions. Why is it the responsibility of women and of people of color to build an equitable workplace? Why must the victims of sexism and racism be handed this additional burden? This is certainly not the intention of Advance AG, but this event is actually probably the most balanced in gender terms relating to equality that I've ever attended in Ireland or anywhere else. Even if higher education grants promotions for engaging in such activities, which is not yet really the case, those efforts will not contribute to the international reputation of those who undertake them, unless that's actually their field. And in a country this small, that still matters. Another issue is that Athena Swan is closely tied, at least here in Ireland, to human relations. As Me Too aptly demonstrated, HR professionals, despite being disproportionately female, and in the United States, disproportionately diverse, ethnically diverse, and often, almost always, in fact, enormously committed to equality and diversity, ultimately owe their first loyalty to their employer and thus are under enormous pressure to paper over real problems. Conflict resolution is inappropriate when harassment and discrimination are what the conflict is about. Consequences for flouting or not enforcing the law must be serious and spelled out, while all punishments must be transparent and very public. That's only how you stop the next case. Also problematic is the degree to which, as a profession, HR staff emphasize training. Too often this is unconscious bias training, whose efficacy is very much disputed, or leadership training for women. At UCD, female academics undertake twice as much training as their male counterparts, but there is no evidence that this advances their careers in any way. It's more likely that it simply takes time away from doing the core duties related to their jobs. The emphasis on leadership training, which is another case of blaming the victim, is particularly offensive. According to this intrinsically sexist logic, men are born leaders, but women need training to qualify for senior administrative posts. Writing in October in the New York Times, the British journalist Ruth Whippen stated, "Research shows that despite countless attempts to rebrand the wage gap as a confidence gap, women ask for raises as much as men do. They just don't get them." Moreover, the emphasis on such training presumes that the managerialism it inculcates is appropriate to higher education. My colleague Judith Harford has found that the main reason that female Irish professors do not apply for leadership roles is that they strongly object to the way in which their universities are run. One reported that she would not be able to sleep at night. Too many men can. What does female empowerment look like beyond Napolitano and Christ sweeping 5 full professors, a dean, and a vice chancellor off the Berkeley campus? It looks like art history in Ireland, where Françoise Henry, one of the first 4 members of the Academy, passed her portrait on the way in, and Anne Cruikshank, another member of this body, upheld the highest academic standards. The units they founded have strong track records of female leadership, accompanied, not coincidentally, by deep commitment on the part of men and women alike to public engagement, and at least in the case of UCD, to shared responsibility for child raising and for care, much more broadly defined. It looks like much of the humanities across Irish academia, in which women generally now hold half the professorships, and almost every student is exposed to the art, writings, and experiences of women as well as men, not to mention a dose of feminist theory and a healthy respect for diverse sexualities. We have a lot more work to do when it comes to race and ethnicity. Most doctoral students select their own topics, and the few who are funded are not necessarily indebted to their supervisors for that support. All factors which decrease the possibility for abuse. Postdocs are relatively few, and it's possible to be hired as a lecturer without having had one. There are no all-male panels at our conferences, and women are invited in impressive numbers for prestigious talks. Our journal articles are typically blind peer-reviewed, and almost all of our scholarship is single-authored, although a lot of it appears in edited collections, in the case of art history, exhibition catalogs. And yet, what has happened to the humanities across the course of the last several decades in Ireland and across the English-speaking world? Instead of being rewarded for the huge strides we have taken toward gender equality and the smaller but significant strides we've taken on the issues of race and ethnicity, we've been marginalized. No current Irish president comes from the humanities. The message that this sends, not just the Irish presidents, but the larger marginalization, that is, if women can do it well, it doesn't matter, and that men who treat women as equals should not have access to authority. Instead, we valorize STEM. I'm married to a geologist. STEM disciplines matter, but STEM culture, as opposed to STEM subject matter, is inherently sexist and racist across much of the English-speaking world and often well beyond. No wonder many girls and women, unless you are Iranian, women there dominate physics and engineering in particular, balk at studying such subjects. In 2018, the American National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine issued a report that concluded that in only one area of American society, the military, is sexual harassment more pervasive than academia. And there is no reason to believe that the situation is that much better. It's better, but it's not that much better here in Ireland. Moreover, there has been no progress, they conceded, in the United States. No progress in 35 years. Instead, the number of victims had increased as more women attempted to study and build careers in STEM. Most of the women writing this report were themselves senior female academics in STEM. This blue ribbon panel concluded that it was almost impossible to progress in those fields in the United States without tolerating bullying, which they identified as the precondition for sexual harassment. We're better about bullying here in Ireland, but we're not perfect. Those people without a stomach for such behavior, for tolerating such behavior in their vicinity, and for an unusually hierarchical way of working structured to support it, which is what they described as being the situation, simply leave. My former college at Berkeley was willing to lose 5 full professors, 3 men and 2 women, rather than confront the serial harasser who have to be suspended from teaching for 3 years by Carol Christ, finally took early retirement in 2018 on a pension almost certainly higher than the salary of any woman in the history of Irish academia. Discrimination and harassment, not implicit or unconscious bias, are the main reason that people who are women or ethnic minorities' careers do not progress. Although the authors of the report did advocate training, they insist that it should focus on changing behaviors, not beliefs, and they continue that programs should focus on clearly communicating behavioral expectations and identifying the mechanisms to be utilized when these expectations are not met. Further proof that we should not uphold STEM as a model emerged last summer. The Jeffrey Epstein scandal established how many distinguished academics, including former Harvard president Larry Summers, at least 4 Nobel Prize winners, Cambridge physicist Stephen Hawking, and Joichi Ito, the director of MIT's prestigious and ultra-hip Media Lab, had been happy to pal around with him. Many repeatedly attended dinners in his New York townhouse and his Caribbean island, where most of the men were over 40 and most of the women were under 20. None of us who remember Summers' declaration that women lacked the aptitude for science were surprised when it turned out that the obstacles to success instead included an unwillingness to solicit funding from a convicted pedophile. Thankfully, no Irish scientist seems to have been in his orbit, but we should not be complacent. As host to the European headquarters of the United States' major technology companies, most of which are led by white and Asian men with a track record of discriminating against everyone else, we are very much responsible for educating a workforce and an electorate that can stand up to this behavior rather than grovel for these jobs. The attitudes these companies have taken towards bullying and truth-telling comprise the major threat to democracy in the world today, and the carbon industry, which poses a major threat to human life, is not any better. Instead of being complicit, we need to insist that they cultivate a culture more like that of Ireland's art historians and literary scholars than American engineers and programmers, or at least programmers today, since originally this was a largely female job, and in the federal government, disproportionately African American women. Some of you have seen the movie Hidden Figures, which reminded me of all my mathematics teachers. We in Ireland know how to get gender equality right. In Mary Robinson and Mary McAleese, we have had two extraordinary women presidents. A Dublin-based woman-led architecture firm, Grafton Architects, organized the Venice Architecture Biennale in 2018 and will be awarded the Royal Institute of British Architects Gold Medal in 2 weeks. Many of our most celebrated artists are female. And although no Irish woman has yet won the Nobel Prize in Literature, who'd want it at this point, Irish women writers are justly celebrated around the world. Moreover, as a society, we are now coming to terms with pervasive institutional abuse meted out to women who have few of the social and economic advantages enjoyed by those studying and teaching at third level. I have a series of modest proposals. First, instead of grant funding become dependent on an institution receiving Silver Athena Swan, all funding from the IRC and the Science Foundation Ireland should be awarded based on how diverse the people teaching that discipline in Ireland are and what percentage of that diversity, broadly defined, are professors. Second, internal university grant funding should be given for every hour spent advancing EDI goals, and those who really rack it up should get funded doctoral students. Of course, not everyone will really engage in the work, but at least they'll have to sit through the meetings. Finally, each administrative role beginning with head of unit and ascending to university president should be rotated by gender, which would have the additional benefit of disproportionately rewarding men who work in female-dominated fields. Of course, this becomes more difficult as gender identity becomes more fluid, but in the short term, it would have an enormous impact. Economic, ethnic, and racial inclusion are much more complicated than empowering the wives, sisters, and daughters of the present status quo. But here, too, bolder measures need to be employed. These include monitoring the pipeline, but above all, we need to ensure that everyone who partakes of education in Ireland, whether primary, secondary, or third level, leaves having learned to understand a culture very different from their own. It is upon this basis that the equitable societies in which we should all aspire to live are built. Anything else is perilously close to white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. I nearly feel like apologizing. I'm a scientist. We'll take the second speaker and then we'll take questions on the two presentations together before we break for lunch. So our second presentation in this session is by Dr. Jason Arday, who's an associate professor in sociology at Durham University. But in addition to his role within the discipline, Jason is a visiting research fellow at the Ohio State University at the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. He's a research associate at the Nelson Mandela University in the Center for Critical Studies in Higher Education Transformation, and a trustee of the Runnymede Trust, the UK's leading race equality think tank. Jason also sits on the Centre for Labour and Social Studies National Advisory Panel and is a school governor at Shaftesbury Park Primary School in London. So we look forward to hearing your perspective on the issues today, Jason. You're very welcome. Do you know how to get them? Does anybody know where the slides are? Yours?
afternoon, everyone. How are you all keeping, most importantly? Are you all well? Good stuff. It's really good to be here. Obviously, one of the things that's kind of really interesting is talking about this kind of context. Um, and there are times where it's kind of easy to talk about it, and there are times where you kind of prefer not to, because I would prefer just things were equal. And if things were equal, I would argue we probably all wouldn't be sat here now. But as it is, it isn't. And so what I'm going to try and do is proliferate some of the challenges we have, but also talk about some of the recommendations and things we can do going forward. Before I say anything, I think it's really important to say this. Two things. Cannot say thank you enough to Mags, Sinead, Aoife and Jennifer for having me here. It's a real privilege. When I go back to London, people often ask me, how did it go today? What was it like? And I really need to talk it down because this place is beautiful. But I need to kind of make it sound like, it was really tough, So it makes it easier kind of talking about something that's quite difficult. So hopefully one of the things that we're going to look to do is really talk about, I guess, leadership and what that looks like. And I guess before I also kind of move into the presentation, to kind of obviously follow Professor Kathleen's a privilege. So there's a point she made which I think is a really pertinent point, and it's about the labour of this work and who does this work. And it's not lost on me that as a black male that will have a particular type of privilege that's situated in hierarchy, male hierarchy, I'm stood here now, but actually who does the labour of this work? And if we're talking about race work in particular, it's often women of colour, and I think it'd be remiss of me to not acknowledge that. And I think that's really important. And one of the things that I kind of want us to really think about is how we redistribute this burden, how we think about how we can all be part of this, because it's not an ideal, I think it's a conception that can benefit us all actually. The idea of having this academy space that is reflective of a multicultural society that we reside in. And if you have a space that isn't reflective of that, that impacts aspects of engagement, particularly in terms of student engagement, participation, and just widening participation generally speaking. So, I'm going to start with a thought that I think is quite useful. This is taken from a report that I was very fortunate to be part of with Professor Claire Alexander in 2015, which kind of set it didn't set the tone for this, but it contributed quite widely in terms of getting some of these narratives and what they mean. So the idea of universities being this multicultural space is often contradictory. So you have this multicultural space, that's a microcosm of society. But within that space, there is something that's central to that space, and it's whiteness. And it's the privilege that accompanies, it's the power that accompanies, and in doing that, that in itself, its centrality, isn't reflective of a multicultural society. I think one of the things that becomes really interesting is that universities are quite in a juxtaposed disposition. So, for example, they promote this idea of equality, egalitarianism, but by the same kind of process, they enact all of these inequities and inequalities as well. So, that idea of it being a microcosm of society is actually quite interesting because in many ways it enacts some of the things that we don't want to have as part of our multicultural society. I think the context becomes really, really important. And obviously, in terms of higher education ministers, it's always a changing feast. So when I first started doing this work about 5 years ago, I worked really closely with David Lammy, who had a role within kind of the higher education ministerialship. And one of the things that's kind of really interesting was him talking about some of the issues in terms of what we need to face and what we need to do. And I remember having a conversation with him and saying to him, you've been an MP for well over a decade at that point. So I said to him, what are some of these issues and how far do they go back? When Claire and myself did this report, we were fortunate enough to present it in the House of Commons. And what was interesting was seeing loads of people there, academics who'd been in the industry for 20, 30, 40 years. And one of the things that became really interesting was obviously at that time I wasn't as grey and I was a lot younger, and there wasn't a sense of idealism or naivety, but I was very confident at that particular point in 2015 that this is a problem that could be dismantled. It could be challenged and changed. And what became really interesting was listening to people's experiences of residing in the academy. And upon going into that situation, being very optimistic, and I guess very naive about some of the things that had happened to people, what became interesting was what people experienced over decades and decades and decades. And the fact that the kind of redeeming feature of this kind of narrative was things don't change. They never change. You know, you make small gains and then actually you end up back to where you was, because the interesting thing with racism is that historically what we've always resided in is complacency. So we kind of have a handful of interventions, they tend not to be penetrative, and then we kind of end up going back to where we were originally, and nothing really shifts. And I remember kind of listening to this as we were going on and kind of thinking, people are being slightly negative here. I'm not a negative person. I'm always trying to be idealistic. And I went home and I spoke to my mum. So my mum's called Gifty. So I said, Gift, anyway, you had this today. And honestly, everyone's like a killjoy. I was just like, and she said, Jason, you have to understand that racism is intergenerational. And very often with racism, it's almost like a baton that's been passed on. And for a lot of people, it's a very traumatic experience. And when my mum said that to me, it did give me a greater sense of what those people were saying, because it shifted my mentality from, are they moving beyond this, to actually, what structurally is the problem? How does institutional racism work? And how does it infiltrate these spaces? And I also noticed that in doing that, I also enacted the same thing effectively that whiteness does. I positioned blame unconsciously, maybe with those individuals, maybe in terms of it, potentially could it be a mindset. So that was something that I thought was really interesting, because it helped me think about things in a different way. Also at that time, while I'd experienced certain things that now I recognise to be racialised, at the time I didn't recognise that they were racialised instances, because I had no way of conceptualising that experience. And you're always fearful of this idea of you're playing the race card, or you didn't get something because you're black, when actually in reality a lot of the time that is what happened, but you're fearful of using that as a narrative because it can be weaponized against you as being deficit or insufficient. So I think one of the interesting things with doing a lot of things like this is that I think, personally speaking, narratives are more powerful. So when I do lots of interviews with a lot of BAME academics and students, I prefer narratives. But increasingly, when you end up in certain spaces, the one thing people will always throw at you is, well, where's the evidence to back it up? As though those narratives weren't powerful enough. So unfortunately, you end up becoming quite pragmatic and quite formulaic in that you present the numbers, because people will always say you can argue with words, but you can't argue with numbers. I think we all know you can manipulate and argue with numbers. But when they're there, I think it makes it very hard to, I guess, trivialize a real lived experience. So in 2018-2019, according to HESA, 535 staff were employed as managers or directors or senior officials across British universities, of which there are just over 300, probably more than that, 300 British universities in total. 475 identified as white, 25 as Asian, mixed or other ethnicity, and none as black. Now, when I explained this to someone a couple of months ago, their retort to me was, well, I think, isn't there an argument to suggest that black people sometimes don't have the same ambition? So I said to them, so, when you're in these kind of discourses a lot, sometimes it's about kind of amusing yourself. So I thought to myself, let me just go along with this and see where this goes. I was like, yeah, of course they don't have the ambition. They don't want to do it. And they were like, yeah, no, they don't have the ambition. I think sometimes, I was like, I agree with you. They're not ambitious people. They don't want to do well. They don't want to feed their families. They don't want to have these unbelievable careers. And they was like, yeah, I totally agree. Finally a black person that gets it. I was like, Lord. And then I think a colleague of his tapped him on the shoulder. He's like, he's pulling your leg. It's like, and what was interesting was how normal and fluid that conversation was. Now, I don't tell you that story to trivialize racism, but what I try and do is add levity to the situation, because it's a very serious situation. And these stories for me are quite comedic, only because if I didn't laugh about it, I'd probably cry about it. And you learn to use these types of mechanisms to be able to deal with that continuous trauma. And it's not to trivialize it, but it's to highlight how fluid and how normative those kind of discourses are. And when they gather moss and momentum is when people facilitate that, which is interesting, because what was really interesting about that situation was I had this effectively white middle-class male who thought that that was a conversation they could have. Forget the fact that I'm black, just with anybody, it would be wrong to have that conversation. But they thought, you finally get it. You're with me. High five. So it was just kind of really interesting thinking about that. So this idea of kind of lack of ambition becomes interesting because I'd rather reposition that dynamic, which has always been used as a deficit approach, to lack of opportunity. So where does the opportunity come from? Who are the gatekeepers to these opportunities? Generally speaking, middle class white men. And when we kind of talk about aspects of Athena Swan as well, while we have seen some really positive changes around senior leaders, particularly white women and senior leaders, one of the things that I think is really important to acknowledge is that Athena Swan, there are many aspects of it that still do not benefit women of colour. And there's a disparity there that requires greater examination, and I do think that's important. So while we would all advocate greater gender equality, of course we would, and we're all of a similar disposition, there is a disparity that still relies between white women, particularly in academia, and women of colour, and I do think it's important to acknowledge that. I think what's interesting is this idea of the 16% workforce. So interestingly, if we go off the 2011 census, which says that there are 9% of the UK are BAME. I remember telling someone a statistic the other day, and they said to me, well, 16% of you lot in there, that's great, you should be happy with that. It's like, okay, well, that's really interesting because that's how people frame these discourses. That 16%, one, is misleading, and I'll tell you why. It's misleading partly because a lot of those contracts are precariat contracts. That figure doesn't take into consideration domestic workers, or it doesn't take into consideration domestic workers, it doesn't take into consideration academics, people on precariat, all manner of levels in terms of people that work in higher education. So it doesn't give you a breakdown of, okay, who occupies full-time permanent academic roles, who occupies full-time permanent professional staff roles. It doesn't break those things down. It sees it or takes that figure as one homogeneous kind of figure, which is problematic in itself. And it's problematic because it completely negates the fact that a lot of semi-permanent or fixed-term contracts, not even semi-permanent, fixed-term contracts, are given to staff of colour, in particular women of colour. So I think it's really important that that figure doesn't mislead us into thinking that actually, if we go from advanced HE data and we look at the statistical reports and we see kind of growing figures, that advanced HE data is very specific. It breaks down actually where those gains have been made by ethnicity. With HESA, it's a whole group, so it doesn't actually break it down. So really, in the sector at the moment, we're looking at around 9% of BAME academic staff and 12% BAME professional staff. But what we're looking at specifically is where it breaks down in terms of career progression and the levels they hold. And later on, I'll show you something about the disparity in pay, and it'll give you a really clear indication of how that actually breaks down in reality and why a figure like that is it's very misleading. So I guess the soundbite becomes really interesting, and I like sound bites. I like them, if nothing else, to critique them, because I think there's like these kind of lines that people always come out with. And what's interesting is I've been fortunate to work with a lot of politicians over the last 7 years, and the amount of things they say to me around media training is really interesting. So you have someone in the background that briefs them with the questions they're going to be asked, and they're coached into these particular types of responses. And this particular type of response, I can't tell you how consistent a response that is to a discourse like this. So I'll read it. Skidmore says, it is unacceptable that the number of black academic staff in senior positions has fallen, as this does not represent our British society. Sherlock, all right. No, you're not said anything there that Nostradamus wouldn't have come up with, okay? So there's nothing, of course that is the case. What is interesting is that the commitment becomes interesting. The commitment to changing that discourse, to changing the lexicon of language in terms of when we think about inequality and how this transpires. He further states, universities need to make more progress, and I urge all vice-chancellors to address the barriers that are holding back black and ethnic minority staff from senior positions. Well, you're the higher education minister. Surely you have greater access to policy and changing that than vice-chancellors do. And yes, vice-chancellors questionable at the best of times. Not all, but some. But I don't think this is something you can lay at their door. A vice-chancellor doesn't have a wand to be able to change policy. They can influence it, but they can't directly change it. I would argue that a higher education minister has probably a closer hand to being able to change policy than a vice-chancellor. What comments like that do is completely negate away from actually the structural racism that is at play here and the cultural racism and almost these inequitable beams, what they're propped up upon. He concludes by summarising. A true representation of Britain at the top levels of our universities will support the progression of black and ethnic minority staff as well as improving students' experience. So problematising this is quite interesting. Giving the soundbite, telling people what they want to hear is really interesting. But again, this novelty is not lost on BAME staff who continue to be disadvantaged by these inequitable spaces. So you have this middle-class white man that is effectively talking about this from a position of privilege, which we have to acknowledge. And there's nothing there to recognise the structural interplays or discourses here. There's nothing there that recognises how institutional racism plays out in these spaces. There's nothing that recognises the labour of this work that is always positioned with people of colour or people of a like mind. All of that is completely omitted from this. What are you going to do that's different? What legislation might you bring in place? What changes may you advocate to encourage universities to actively engage in penetrative action that helps to dismantle these inequitable structures? And that becomes really important because these sound bites, quite frankly, become quite useless. And I say that because when I first started, I'm always optimistic. I'm always an idealist. I'm a hippie at heart. I always believe everything is possible when heart and mind are in the same position and all people have the same ideas. But actually, it takes me back to 2015 or 2014 being in the House of Commons and all of these academics and all of these kind of black academics in particular talking about their experiences and how many times they've heard these particular types of lines. And what becomes interesting is in 2020, we're hearing the same thing and no action. And that's over a 6-year period. So I can't even imagine what that must be like over a 20, 30, 40-year period of hearing the same thing, yet inequality grows greater and greater and greater. And actually the chasm between ethnic minorities residing in the academy, I would argue that the academy hasn't made space for, black and ethnic minorities to enter. They've forced their way in. That group of individuals have forced their way in. They have not been welcomed into the academy space. And we know that because we know how many people are forced out of the academy through lack of career progression, through lack of support, through continuous victimisation and marginalisation. We know how these spaces operate. So seeing these quotes, sometimes it's difficult to digest. Are things actually changing? And I guess it goes back to the classic Malcolm X line about racism being a Cadillac. A new model comes out every year. As racism becomes more and more sophisticated within higher education and society more generally, the interesting thing is that racism, it's reinventing itself, through these different guises. And as an academy, as a society, we are not keeping abreast of that curve. It never seems like we're ahead of racism. But to do that, it needs a concerted collective effort that moves away from labour being placed on a particular group of individuals. In my experience, women of colour. In terms of thinking about paltry numbers, what is interesting is kind of thinking about how this again breaks down statistically. So 185 out of 11,860 non-academic managerial roles within higher education being filled by black staff. So that's 185 compared to 10,510 who identify as white, and then a further 410 that identify as Asian. So even there, what we're seeing is this idea of, I wouldn't call it a monopoly, but there needs to be an acknowledgement that there's a glitch in the system. And I use glitch as in with, the fact that it's a massive problem. One of the things that I think is really important in terms of moving forward is really thinking about how we provide opportunities and how allyship works. I think there are different conceptions of allyship, and I think one of the most important things is there's a fantastic professor of leadership, and he's actually, I believe, one of few black professors in the UK that is Professor of Managerial Leadership in Education. His name is Professor Paul Miller. He's at the University of Greenwich. And one of the things he talks about in his 2018 papers around white sanction and how it can be used not to elevate black people or people of colour, but to mobilise agendas around this. So how do you use your privilege to effectively dismantle inequitable structures? And in doing so, how do you give up some of that privilege so that other people can reside in a space and become more equal? Now, I guess in theory, it's a great idea, but in practice, let's be honest, there are a lot of people that do not want things to change. Because for it to change, it would be at a detriment to their own privilege and power. And that is a really interesting concept, because there has to be a relinquishing of that privilege and power for things to actually change. I would argue that as a male that is in a privileged position, I've had to engage actively in relinquishing some of the power that I unfairly and inherently hold over women of colour in terms of trying to make sure that I advance something that at least alludes to greater equality. And it's a continuous process. And I tell you what doesn't help, me saying, what can I do to help? What can I do to do? That doesn't change anything. It's actually about using my initiative and thinking about the types of privileges I have and actually what that looks like in terms of redistributing that in a fair and accessible way. And I position myself and I work from a positionality basis because I do think that's important, particularly because the one retort that I think I've been lucky never to have, touch wood, is that I don't work from a reflexive disposition. So I acknowledge my own privileges, but I do that in a bid to try and encourage people to do the same, particularly in terms of people who hold privilege. So this is the sad reality in terms of what we're working with, in terms of when I was talking about how kind of it breaks down for ethnic minorities, these are the differences. So while we have, as I said, greater advancement in terms of gender equality, in terms of pay, in terms of things are improving, we're not there, but they're improving, the disparity is still quite considerable when we look at it from a race perspective. So if we look at the Russell Group institutions in particular, which this study was done with in terms of the BBC, when they took a freedom of information, they requested freedom of information from the Russell Group. 52, on average, white academics earn £52,000, £38,000 for black academics, and £37,000 for academics from an Arab background. Now, one of the things that kind of makes this really interesting is the lack of opportunity to progress. How do individuals from an ethnic minority background progress? Because what we have are blueprints. Often, I observe white students being groomed into academia. They're told the correct pathways, all the things they need to do to occupy that position. Now, if I had to explain to someone, a student of colour, how do you progress in academia? How do you go through, different pay grades? How do you know what your rights are? How do you know how to navigate your way through the academy? Genuinely speaking, it would be very hard to give them a blueprint, because it would be hard not to give them a blueprint that isn't saturated in racism. And I'm not a negative person, so you always try and promote the good that can come from doing it, and you have to obviously explain, there's that whole Rocky Balboa line of being willing to take the hits. But the reality is it's going to be harder for black and ethnic minority individuals to transpire through the academy. And it'd be remiss not to say that to someone that is younger looking to take that career. But what I would say is that, generally speaking, nothing that's worth having comes easy. And for ethnic minorities, black and ethnic minorities, when we're talking about the academy and institutional racism specifically speaking, no words ring truer. They do have to work twice as hard. They do have to face as many things. You can have two people with the same qualifications and the same pay, same experience, but if we look at the disparity between 52 to 38 on average, that's huge. That's huge. And that is a reason why in 2014, people were saying to me, Jason, it's all well and good you doing this report, but actually nothing has changed. I've been on the same pay grade for 15 years, and I'm as qualified as my white counterpart. And I guess, I remember telling my mum, and she said to me, that's reality, Jason. You're an idealist, you're a dreamer. That's great, never change. But actually, there's a difference between that and reality. And that reality is quite a powerful one when you look at it statistically speaking. I think the types of leadership that students see is really, really important. How they conceptualize leadership and how they define it. You know, I've always had this belief that leadership is defined and conceptualized in many different ways, but actually you define those conceptions subjectively through the different types of leadership you see. And if you see one type of leadership, it would suggest that maybe a particular style or preference or person or body that occupies that space is better than another. Essentially, what do we need to do? We need to have leadership that reflects the communities that we're serving. And importantly, it's obvious to say we don't have that. Even when we think of the number of VCs of colour that reside within the UK, it's 6. It's a bad number. And if we were going to say specifically black, then it's none. So it's just kind of thinking about those spaces continuously. Okay, pass. Yeah, sorry, no, actually, I'll talk about this. The structural organisations in themselves have structures. This is something that we can all kind of pertain to. But what we need to kind of really critically examine within those organisations, particularly those of us that do this work, is how those structures seek to disadvantage, how they oppress, how they subjugate, how they marginalise, how they victimise particular groups of people. Now, this goes beyond race, but we're talking specifically about race, but this actually goes beyond race. If we look at this intersectionally and we think about, in regards to class, sexuality, gender, religion, race, disability, there are so many areas in which these structures do not facilitate people. And that is something that we continuously need to challenge. Because widening participation interventions are useful. But again, is this idea of them being penetrative. Very often, universities will get significant amounts of money for operating these things. And they work from a business model. So the actual motivation to do this isn't always intrinsic. It's extrinsic. There's rewards that come from it. And actually, that intrinsic motivation, I would argue, is more purposeful in creating an intervention that is penetrative and that really seeks to dismantle some of this structural inequality. I always think, and I've kind of relied on statistics heavily today, but I kind of, as I said, for me the narrative is more important. And I just want to read this to you in terms of capturing the lived experience from some research I've done in this area. It has been very difficult. You actually become paranoid because you realise that everything you do is unfairly scrutinised and your authority is continuously undermined by people around you. This becomes so disheartening, particularly in a so-called position of leadership. Higher education is racist, and the type of racism it uses is so insidious and intelligent. The sophistication of racism in the sector now makes it harder to quantify to someone, in particular white people, who can sometimes trivialise racism. It sometimes benefits whites for there to continue to be a lack of BME leaders within the sector. And it's that whole shifting of paradigms, that shifting of sands. If you do it, it's that feeling of giving something up. But actually, is that giving something up in terms of the greater good, something that reflects our general society? Is that more important? Should someone be in a position where they have to give something up? Actually, should there be policy and legislation in place which ensures that there should be equal numbers? Should positive action be enforced? Positive discrimination be enforced to change these spaces? Because we've exhausted every other intervention we could use that hasn't been penetrative, that actually maybe there needs to be a change in policy that advances positive action, and there is in some way, or positive discrimination. I was saying to Gary, who's a good friend of mine, that I used to have a PE teacher who always used to say to me, I was a PE teacher, and I had a boss, a head of department, who always used to say to me, Jason, don't give me problems, give me solutions. He always used to say that to me, and I'm always mindful that with these things, they can sometimes take a very heavy tone, but unfortunately, that is the nature of the work we're dealing with, and that is some of the problems, so you have to kind of illuminate them. And I will kind of, the points are there, but I'll draw on one that I think is particularly important. I think one of the things that I think is really important is this idea of lack of ambition. And I think thinking about support mechanisms for BAME academics wishing to pursue leadership trajectories must be focused on developing mentoring interventions. And I do think that universities need to invest resources in targeted interventions that help BAME individuals pursue leadership pathways. I think that is essential. And I think that doesn't exist, and that is problematic. It does exist for white academics in informal and formal capacities, but it actually doesn't exist for BAME academics wishing to pursue that particular trajectory. When we have that, I think we're going to be somewhere to seeing many people who can occupy those positions. We have people who can occupy those positions now, but no infrastructure in place to facilitate them to reach that particular end destination. And that is actually the issue. I think in terms of, for better representation to be achieved, I personally think that in terms of shortlisting, there needs to be quota systems applied. And I know that people may think that's controversial, not necessarily here or possibly here, but generally speaking, but I do think universities need to work towards having a diverse pool of applicants and actively headhunting and seeking out particular people, if not within their own institutions and organisations, then external from that. And I also believe that universities should work with third-party organisations, third-party quality recruitment organisations that focus specifically on attracting talented BAME leaders. And I think that becomes really, really important, because the argument always is they're not out there. Well, they are. It's just a case of who has a monopoly on choosing what happens. Mindful of time, so I'm going to finish on this. I like music a lot. And in particular, my only ambition in life as a kid was to be able to dress like Paul Weller when I was younger. And I remember my dad saying, you're going to need a really good job for that. But one of the things that I think is important is that we are at a critical juncture in terms of thinking about race equality. And obviously, the lyrics from this particular song, Walls Come Tumbling Down, that he did with Style Council in the late 80s, is a really important, not an important song for me, but I think the lyrics in that particular song is really important. And yes, the song itself is geared towards changes in class and government and stuff like that, but actually the narrative still rings true in 2020. I think we're at a critical juncture in terms of, can we make this work? I think things are moving in a positive direction, but what I wouldn't want is 5 years' time down the line for things to stall again, and then for this momentum to be dispersed, then for it to go again. I think we're at a critical juncture now where we do need to kind of think about how we're going to make it work. And I do think that, if a structure is a wall, as I've spoken about a lot about structural racism today, then I do think there is a clamour for that wall to come tumbling down. No pun intended. But there is a clamour for it to come down. And I think in doing so, I think we have something that resembles a greater, equitable and inclusive academy that is more reflective of the multicultural society that we reside in. Just want to say, it's never ever lost on me that I'm very fortunate to have these opportunities, and no matter how many times you're able to do it, it means a hell of a lot. What means more to me is that people have taken their own time to come here today from far and wide to be here and to listen to this. So thank you so much for being part of the conversation. I'm really grateful and I really appreciate your time. So thank you so much.
If I could ask Jason and Kathleen briefly to come back up. We are on a limited time schedule, but I think following two such wonderful opening keynotes, we have to take the time for a couple of questions or comments before we break for lunch.
Right ahead, Jason.
Just there. There's some mics in the room, I think.
Yeah, I have one. Thank you very much. Jane Grimson, Trinity College. Thank you very much to both of you. That were very interesting presentations. I'd just like to make a sort of question around mentorship. There has been some evidence, mainly related to gender equality and in the business world, that women tend to be over-mentored and under-sponsored. And, mentorship is seen as a sort of fixing the women rather than fixing the system. So I'd just like to hear your comments, particularly maybe from Jason, on the issue of mentorship versus sponsorship. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you so much for your question. I suppose, yes, I think the sponsorship aspect becomes really important, because it's always that idea of there's something wrong and fixing it. I suppose when I talk about mentorship, which I probably should have clarified, is something that is reciprocal. So one, eliminating hierarchy in that situation becomes really, really important, because often it works in a power dynamic, which often resides actually a lot of times, sometimes in men mentoring women, and those men not acknowledging some of the power dynamics that happen in that situation. But I do think that if we're talking in the case of black women, to be specific, that mentorship doesn't even exist. So, I mean, sponsorship would be one thing, but to actually have a program of mentorship in the first place would be useful, supported by resources or the sponsorship that you talk about that would allow that to kind of match. There'd be kind of a cognizance between that allows individuals to develop in a reciprocal dynamic, and more importantly in a way that is funded, rather than kind of this idea of there's a problem, you need to fix this, and once you fix this you'll be here, which sadly is a disposition that a lot of mentorships occupy, and one that a lot of men sadly uphold.
Thanks very much, Catherine Lynch from TU Dublin. I love her presentation. It's got recommendations, and I will find myself making a call later. The same thing. Please give me a solution, not a problem. One of the things that strikes me at the minute, though, and I appreciate the recommendations, a suite of recommendations right now is never complete for me, unless it's tied to systems, but more particularly to funding. And you mentioned the whole question of positive discrimination. I won't go there because it deserves a much bigger discussion. What I will say is one of the things that happened, be it by intent or by effect, through the SALI piece, which is the Strategic Academic Leadership Initiative, was that more seats were put around the table. So we actually made a decision as a country, or as the HEA specifically, that there would be funding for professorships, and they had to be female. That's a recent thing. It has meant more people around the table, more specifically women around the table. After austerity, there were more openings and job openings. And what really destroyed me, not disappointed me, but destroyed me, was the fact that when there was an opportunity, not just in higher education, but another place, when there was an opportunity for more jobs, we continued to go with a balance which is about, in the gender case, 60-40, an assumption that the 60 is the men. So I'm working right now, having worked in the staff space, I'm working much more in access and civic engagement. And I've come from a fora when we're talking about the massification of education. I think we need to make sure that we don't assume that that massification is going to reach people from ethnic groups or ethnic minority groups. But to the staff space and to the piece around positive discrimination, we know we need investment, and my point around the funding. We're told to spread ourselves thinner. If we get that investment, I would hope that we'd have something akin to positive discrimination, but I'd love to know your ideas. If we get an investment from our funders, what does the government commit to, what do the authorities commit to, and what do we commit to make sure that that investment is of benefit for everybody? And I was really struck by that, because what I tend to say, or I like to say to white men, is your son or your nephew will have fewer opportunities than you, but your daughter or your niece will have more. And I think you alluded to or pointed to the fact that there could be displacement when people don't actually want to change. Now we have an easy option, more seats around the table. How do we make that equal? Thank you.
That's a great question, thank you. So I suppose thank you so much for your question. I suppose in the first instance, the equal aspect of that for me comes, yes, it goes without saying that in terms of funding, because I also think there's a hierarchy of funding. So I think there's a hierarchy of intersectionality, and I think there are certain things that are prioritized. I always believe that race is at the bottom of that hierarchy. So I tend to think that class and gender at the top, and these are all important, but my whole point is that none of them should be kind of ranked. They should all be kind of equal in that. And I suppose the funding aspect, because what a lot of institutions will say, they'll say that we get our funding from government, and if that funding is restricted, then it really impacts the things that we are able to do. So, for example, if we want to have more diverse staff groups, we don't have students coming in, so we don't have enough money to be able to. There's all of these kind of ready meals in terms of excuses that they have. So, I think my retort to that would be, okay, if you don't have funding, which seems to be a retort that a lot of people will say when I go to higher education institutions and talk to kind of senior leaders, I would say, well, then it wouldn't cost you anything to advance something that effectively was positive action. That doesn't cost money for you to do that. I think if the funding came in, what I would personally like to see is ring-fenced opportunities. not just for black and ethnic minorities, but for individuals from disability backgrounds, from individuals from Roma and Gypsy backgrounds, from individuals from working class communities. I would like to see particular opportunities ring-fenced for particular groups within that intersection. And if the funding was there, that for me would be a great example of how that could be used to develop an academy that is more reflective of the society we live in. Because at the moment, I genuinely don't believe that the academy is. And I think when you have, disciplinary knowledge canons that produce one particular type of knowledge, you have one particular type of people or group of people that, occupy a space, what it suggests is that those are the gatekeepers to all things that are incumbent within, the academy. And by the way, I would be saying this if it was any dominant group, because I just think that greater equality or greater diversity is something that is truly representative of the multicultural society we live in. And anything that skews too far to either side isn't reflective of that, in my opinion. So if we had that funding, that would be kind of the best way I would like to see it being used.
I would like to add just 2 things. And one is that enforcement is not expensive, and part of our problem is a lack of enforcement. But the other thing is about funding. Irish universities are funding themselves by getting as many international students as they can. Many of those students are not ethnically Irish, not even ethnically European. And we are exploiting them and their families in a racist, patently racist way if we feel that we can support our universities on the back of those students without responding to their needs. We provide much less student services than most universities who take so many international students, and we are not adjusting our curriculums in any way, shape, or form to respond to or our faculty to teaching those curriculums, and this is unethical and immoral. And that's how we have grown our budgets in part. That's not where all the money has come from, but that's not the government's fault, that's our fault. And if we don't respond to it on those terms, regardless of the HEA or the government, we are failing our society.
I have a feeling we could keep this conversation going forever, but unfortunately I'm on a tight time schedule. Could we transfer some of these discussions out over lunch and perhaps bring back some of the topics later in the day? We have 2 more panels later today. Could I ask you all to join with me to thank our 2 excellent keynote speakers? Really a tremendous talk. Thank you. Lunch is outside and we're reconvening here if we say 10 to 2. Yeah. Thanks a million, folks.
It's not.
Yeah, but then if you think of like gender equality work, generally speaking,
open this session where we're really going to focus on what we talk about when we talk about race and ethnicity. And we've got, unfortunately, Dr. Eben Joseph isn't with us for this session, but she'll join us later for the plenary. But here today to talk to us, we've got three excellent speakers, each of whom will bring an outstanding perspective to the discussion. So the first person on the panel today is Dr. Ross Woods. He's a senior manager with the Higher Education Authority's Centre of Excellence for Gender Equality, very much committed to supporting sustainable acceleration towards gender equality within the higher education sector. And then in addition, we've got Dr. Anastasia Crickley, the former chair of the UN Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the former head of Applied Social Studies in Maynooth University, and Dr. Ross Woods, the director of our third one is Dr. Michael Isaacay, the lecturer in management and the co-chair of Queen's University Belfast International Staff Network. You're all very welcome here today. And just to kick off the discussion, I'd like to give each one of you a few minutes just to express your initial thoughts on this, and then we'll come back for a discussion. So Michael, can I ask you to share your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Really happy to be here today, and the first talks that took place were excellent. I took a lot from them. But it was somewhat challenging because many of the things I wanted to mention have been mentioned. But I'll see what I can do.
Some things are worth saying twice.
Yes, that's very true. And so the title of this discussion is what we talk about when we talk about race and ethnicity. And in the United Kingdom anyway, when we talk about race and ethnicity, what we often find ourselves focusing on is the underrepresentation of BAME staff in higher education institutions. When I got my job at Queen's University Belfast, one of the first things I did was I went on the website and I wanted to see how many black staff are there, or how many staff from other ethnic minorities are there. And that was really difficult to do, but I eventually found out that we have loads of PhD students from different countries that are international, and we've got a very culturally diverse PhD student body. But then when it comes to academic staff, it's not as culturally diverse. And so I think there's certain questions that we have to ask ourselves and certain conversations that we need to start having. If we're producing many culturally diverse PhD students, but that's not translating into our own workforce. So why is it that people come to our universities, they get a PhD, and then they go elsewhere to work? And so that was something that struck me initially. One thing that I'm cognizant of is that I work in Queen's University Belfast, which is in the United Kingdom, and I'm here today, and this event also covers the Republic of Ireland. And one thing that struck me, and I was speaking to one of the other speakers about it, was the fact that there are considerable differences between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland when it comes to race and ethnicity. In the United Kingdom, there's a lot of work to be done in terms of the representation of BAME staff at senior levels, but in the Republic of Ireland, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to be even more of a severe situation because it's not even a conversation that's being had. In the United Kingdom, we're having that conversation around the lack of representation, but in the Republic of Ireland, I don't see that conversation is being had. And that's reflective in the fact that there are very few reports, very few statistics, even on the number of Black, minority, ethnic, and Asian staff in universities in Ireland. And so this is a conversation that really needs to begin, and hopefully today we'll begin that conversation. So yeah, just to sum up, when we talk about race and ethnicity in the United Kingdom, we're often talking about underrepresentation, and that's not a good thing.
Thanks very much, Michael. Anastasia, could I ask you to give us some thoughts?
Thank you very much, and I hope I'll manage to say what I want to say in the space that's available, but if I don't, my apologies, but I'll keep saying it anyway. First of all, I think we need to be very clear about the uniqueness of the Irish context and the uniqueness of racism. I don't think it's helpful to make too many parallels or to consider, over-consider the similarities between racism and racial discrimination and other forms of discrimination. If it was possible to do that, the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights would have been sufficient in the first place. But we recognised fairly early on that it wasn't sufficient. So therefore we have other instruments like the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and we also have the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. So bearing that in mind, I think we need to bring those messages then very much back home. Yes, this is an issue, but contrary to what you're saying, actually we have been discussing this. We have been discussing, some of us have been discussing racism in Irish higher education since 1985, which was the year the first traveller came to Maynooth who was able to identify themselves as a traveller and clearly identified themselves as a traveller. So some of us have been discussing this in higher education in Ireland, but you're absolutely right that the extent to which this has become an issue in the management of higher education is extremely limited, and explicitly limited, I would say, in the way in which we now have, and I'm delighted that some of them are here, vice presidents for equality and diversity, which can be a cover for whatever people would like to put in under equality and diversity. And I would say that if we're to get anywhere, we've got to name. We know as women that if our discrimination against us as women wasn't named, we wouldn't get anywhere with it. So then what are we talking about? My answer to the question about what we're talking about is that, in effect, I think what we need to be talking about is what our state has signed up to as a definition of racism. And that definition is the definition of racism in Article 1 of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which talks about racism on purpose or in effect. And I'm not going to read out the whole definition, but it's racism on purpose or in effect, which in effect actually means that we also need to be talking about structural and institutional discrimination, which can also be unconscious. I'd suggest also we need to first of all jettison the confusion that we make between ethnicity and nationality, which for centuries has created additional discrimination for travellers in Irish society. And secondly, that in understanding racism, we need to be very clear to jettison hierarchies of oppression, which serve only to politicise the issue in a way that serves the powerful. But having said that, I think we also need to acknowledge the legacies of slavery as experienced by people of African descent, and also the legacies of colonisation, as well as constant concerns. And in Europe or in Ireland, constant concerns are about the explicit forms of racism experienced by Roma and travellers. Only 13% of travellers complete second-level education. So when we talk about employment or engagement of travellers at third level, we've got to start from that sort of terrible benchmark. And then we also need to look at the changing targets of racism. And globally at the moment, and from my own experience in the last decade, in work with the United Nations, culminating the chairmanship of the Committee on the Elimination of Racism, it's absolutely clear that globally at the moment, the main target of racism are people who are perceived to be of Muslim background, often inaccurately, but those are one of the main targets of racism at the moment. And then lastly, I would say when we're talking about racism, we need to acknowledge intersectionality. And Jason and Kathleen this morning did speak about this. We need to acknowledge intersectionality and the way in which being a woman or being disabled or having other issues intersects with the experience of racism in a very institutionalized way. Now, but we do have, and let's be clear, and I was surprised they weren't named this morning, in the higher education section, we do have a national action plan for equity of access to higher education. So as I move forward fairly smartly to what can we do about it, one of the things that went into that national action plan on equity of access to higher education on this occasion was a very low target with regard to the number of travellers that should access higher education. And one of the things that went into the 3 PATH programmes that accompanied the access programme were targets around travellers. And I have to say, while that target was too low, the fact that there was a real target that could be measured very clearly, whether you met it or not, has made a difference. It has made a difference to the number of travellers actually participating in higher education. But it hasn't made any difference to the number of travellers, and indeed we still face major problems with the number of travellers having opportunities to participate beyond the role of students at whatever level in higher education. I'd like to suggest, though, in doing that the first thing that we need is the capacity. You can't manage something unless you can measure it. And the anathema with which academic colleagues look in horror at the idea of using an ethnic identifier or collecting disaggregated data really irritates me. Please go and look at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations booklet on a human rights approach to collection of disaggregated data. There is no problem. We cannot and will not make progress unless we're prepared to do that. And this needs to be done through the ordinary collection of data through all the universities. Secondly, we need to take special measures, and could I encourage you to use that? I had a little chat with Jason about this at lunchtime. Could I encourage you to use the term special measures or positive action? For me and for the colleagues I've worked with globally over the last number of years, there is no such thing as positive discrimination. Discrimination is discrimination, so it's not about positive discrimination. It's about creating conditions where all can have equal access and can have equal opportunities, and not just equal access, because equal access is a bit of a sort of a window. It's not, we need to look also at equality of participation and equality of outcome. What's the experience like? How often do people from minorities see themselves reflected in anything that happens in the institution? And what's the nature of the curriculum? We talk very easily about a whole school approach. We don't talk very easily about a whole institutional approach when we're talking about higher education. And I think we need to ensure that racism is addressed at every level. And I use the term racism deliberately because for me, it's not just about anti-bias. It's not just about ignorance. It is about structures which in the end privileges some people over others. And in effect, that is people who don't come from minority ethnic backgrounds over people who do come from minority ethnic backgrounds. This means also a good deal of attention to the language that we use to name things. It means, and I'm aware that people have some concerns about training, but I think it means that there needs to be evidence of training with regard to inclusive approaches to teaching. In anyone who's accepted for a position, there needs to be evidence of continued interrogation of that in the criteria for promotion, and I've worked to promote that in the criteria for promotion. And there needs to be evidence of that as well in the way in which continuous professional education is approached within the system. This all adds up to a change in the university culture, and that goes way beyond the individual change at individual levels for individual academics that Athena's One at its best could actually attain. In fact, for me, Athena's One is pretty limited anyway, because in considering academic women, whether we're black, white or whatever, we are already privileged by virtue of getting into being in academic positions. Athena's One and initiatives in the system need to target all women, whatever their ethnicity, across the board, in whatever positions they're in universities. And there are some powerful positions, by the way, that are not named as academic positions. And could I say that cultural change that's needed, that cultural change in the system, is one that needs to move into collective moving forward rather than the individual advancement of individual academics. Cultural change is much broader than the creating the conditions for individual academics, whatever our ethnicity or whatever our gender, to move forward. It's a change that repositions the nature of higher education and its contribution to society in a way that can strive to create that sort of society for the future that could be deliberately and progressively inclusive.
Thank you very much. Ross? Do you want to come along to this one? Maybe it's working.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Anita. Thanks, Anita. This was the first thing I'd kind of ask rhetorically is why I've been asked to talk about this subject. I suppose the answer straight away is not because I'm an expert, hence I've written down my thoughts, but I am familiar with the difficulties that we often face when we're trying to break new ground in any area of equality, diversity and inclusion. And while I could be unkind about the levels of resistance, opposition and sometimes hostility that one faces when trying to address systemic inequalities, there's a quote right at the start of Robin DiAngelo's book, White Fragility, which encapsulates the problems that we face. So while DiAngelo's book lays bare how even the most progressive white people contribute to the perpetuation of racism, I think the following statement is equally applicable in any area where inequality persists. And I quote, "While implicit bias is always at play because all humans have bias, inequity can occur simply through homogeneity. If I am not aware of the barriers you face, then I won't see them, and much less be motivated to remove them. Nor will I be motivated to remove the barriers if they provide an advantage to which I feel entitled." And this lack of motivation is something that I think everyone comes up against in any type of diversity work. And it's often complemented by an intransigent opposition to any positive action initiatives, which I have written down here. I didn't just do a quick change after on the stages talk. Positive action initiatives, which are often based on an unerring belief that any shift in the status quo is unnecessary, uncalled for, and in many cases unlawful. So you often get opposition to these types of initiatives. Now, the HEA has a statutory responsibility to promote the attainment of equality of opportunity in higher education. And as many of you know, in recent years we've been proactively working in the area of gender equality. And in this work we often talk about the importance of role models to increase the diversity of staff at Irish higher education institutions, the can't be it if you can't see it theory. But it is actually the very fact that we can see that there are only 26% of professors who are women that we can shine a light on this particular issue. In contrast, as Irish higher education begins a similar journey in relation to racial inequality, in some quarters there is a refusal to accept that there is any issue around the dearth of racially and ethnically diverse staff in Irish higher education institutions. Because there are so few of these staff, it's not really a problem. But comments like that in themselves are the problem. Another thing I'm often told is that this is a UK issue and would be a waste of resources in the famous Irish context. I'm also told that we don't have the language here in Ireland to talk about race and ethnicity. In fact, we do. It's English. But we just need to work together to build confidence in how we talk about these issues. So from my perspective, what we talk about when we talk about race and ethnicity is fear. Fear of making mistakes, fear that we'll collect data in the wrong categories, that we'll leave someone out, that we'll offend someone. They might not be perfect, but the Central Statistics Office have revised categories that we could use. We need to start somewhere rather than sitting around and patting ourselves on the back because the inaction is well placed and sensible and doesn't offend anyone. Remember, as long as we haven't offended anyone and we're talking about the issue, everything will be all right. What more could we ask for? But I suppose the biggest fear of all is finding something out, finding that there is a problem, finding that we don't know what to do, finding that we actually have to do something. And then there's the worst fear of all, the fear of finding out that even the best of us are implicitly at fault for the systemic barriers that exist.
Thanks very much, Ross. I think, those comments really get us off to an excellent start in terms of this discussion. I'm always struck, if I went into our common room in UCC and sat at any table with any bunch of staff and threw out, how do you feel about diversity? I would uniformly get everybody absolutely committed that, the academic environment, everything we do would be enriched by having diverse activities. In my own research team, I always ensure we bring people from different backgrounds because we know the quality of what we do is better. That's absolutely, I think you'd find very few people who would argue. And then if you look at our policies and our rules and our appointment procedures and our promotion procedures, they're all written very carefully to try and exclude any biases. But it's the informal processes in between. It's the opportunities, the doors that are open for people are often the real barrier. Which one of the young staff is invited to dinner when a Nobel Prize winner comes to give a speech? which person is sent off on an international delegation at an appropriate point in their career. These are often the factors that make a difference, right? So the challenge is, it's almost changing in environmental aspects within the institution. People believing that they're actually committed to the highest principles, but how they operate on a day-to-day basis informally can often be the challenge. And I'd appreciate your thoughts on how we can go about breaking these barriers. Michael, do you want to tell us your experiences?
Yeah, so I'm fortunate in that at Queen's University I'm a co-chair of the Black, Asian, Minority, Ethnic and International Staff Network. So that's given me an opportunity to engage in conversations with colleagues that are from other ethnic minorities and begin kind of developing things that will hopefully make a difference in the university in the long run. But I think ultimately we need to go beyond rhetoric. And so if you talk to most people, they'll say that, you know, diversity and inclusion is a good thing. But we need to move beyond just saying that it's a good thing to taking actions. And I think it was mentioned earlier that much of the work around diversity and inclusion often falls at the feet of BAME and international staff. And while these are people that are very willing to take it on because of course it relates to them centrally, but the truth of the matter is that it can become a little bit exhausting. So for example, you know, we're doing stuff at Queen's and it's great, and we've had Jason came along and we had Ebun for Black History Month, and people are starting to pay attention to what we're doing now. But off the back of that comes requests to go to places and speak at things, and that's wonderful as well. But as for many of my colleagues in the room, you know that there's a lot more to your academic job than speaking at wonderful events such as these. And so I think there's a need for other champions, other people to champion this cause that are not from ethnic minorities. So ultimately, I think we need to go beyond rhetoric, and it can't just be BAME and international staff that are really pushing this agenda. And I don't think it's because other people don't want to do it. I think that from a leadership point of view, universities need to kind of really sell the importance of this. It's not a nice to do, but it's something that we need to do. You know, one thing that I'm struck by is how in the United Kingdom and in the Republic of Ireland, there's a real big push in terms of international students, and you know, universities are continuously trying to reach new markets, and international students are contributing to university numbers in terms of how much income comes in. But I'd like to see that same energy and that same attention go into recruiting a culturally diverse workforce, you know. And I feel like if these are conversations that are not just happening amongst BAME and international staff, but amongst the wider staff network, that we'll see results off the back of it.
Anastasia, you made the interesting point about measuring things and, you know, being able to show that there genuinely are issues there. Would you like to expand on your...
I would, but before I do that, I'd also like to say I actually don't agree with you that in the university system our recruitment and promotion criteria are squeaky clean in this regard. I believe that, you know, positive measures are required to create the conditions for an equal playing pitch, and that includes with regard to recruitment and promotion criteria, because those recruitment and promotion criteria have delivered far too many people to this institution and others from a particular class, a particular sex, and a particular background. You know, so, you know, let's start at the basics. That didn't work. And secondly, I agree very much. There's no reason why, no more than as women, why we should be instrumentalized. You know, this notion that if you educate a woman, you educate a family. Well, I should be educated anyway, irrespective of whether I have or don't have a family. And I think the same is true of people from minority ethnic groups, the right to be present in every strata of society. And I think from that point of view, there's a confusion between equality. Equality is pitted against excellence, you know, instead of acknowledging that excellence and equality are absolute partners. And instead of also acknowledging that what we're talking about are rights, not sort of the rest of us opening a door, you know, so that a few people can somehow or another squash through it. Your question about measuring, though, is a very good one. And I think that it's one of the key things I noted it's been spoken about already. I think it's a really important struggle to come out of today. That in order, we know in management terms that if you know what you're talking about, there's very little you can do about it. And unless we actually ensure that we know And that's about how data is collected at every level within the system, in terms of employees, in terms of staff, and in terms of culture. And I think it's also maybe about how we understand what gets taught in universities, and the visibility or invisibility in the humanities in particular, but in other areas in general, of the groups who are labelled as minority ethnic groups. I remember asking this of a group of students that I had at one stage, and I used to do the induction every year in Maynooth, and I used to always say, this university belongs to you, whether you're a traveller, whether you're Roma, whether you're black or whatever, to the whole 500 people assembled in the room. And inevitably there'd be a few giggles. So being a tough old woman like I am, I would say, oh, we need to stop now and see what the joke is. Can someone explain? And we'd try and push it around a little bit, and things worked or didn't work depending on the group you were dealing with. But I remember doing a survey once with a smaller group of students, and they said what was important for them was that they heard themselves and their cultures mentioned in positive terms in the first week that they were in the university. And I think we don't pay any attention to those sorts of things frequently in the systems that we're in. And then lastly, and that measuring the extent to which, I'm talking about two forms of measuring, the crude form of measuring the stats, but the other of measuring the extent to which in qualitative terms we're creating conditions within the system where people can feel themselves an ownership of it, an ownership which facilitates them to move forward into postgraduate, into PhD, into postdoc studies, and then, towards changing things collectively. And the last thing I'd say about measuring is that measuring needs to be done not just in the institution and not just through instrumentalizing the communities that people come from, so universities get more people sitting on seats. It needs to be done through real partnership with the communities that people come from, instead of blaming communities like traveller community, or in the way that Jason spoke this morning about black and minority ethnic communities not having ambition, blaming culture, blaming lack of ambition, but through developing partnerships and measuring the extent to which those can bring change. Thank you.
One comment you made there really struck a chord with me. Just mentioning there's various communities in the first week when the students are inside the door. Universities often complain that because we're under many challenges financially, that doing something new can be hard. But something like that doesn't cost anything. It's about changing the culture internally, and it can make such a difference. Ross, from your position in the HEA, where you've got that oversight of the third level sector, how do you think we can move this forward?
I suppose just to go to Anastasia's point about the data, and I kind of touched on it when I was speaking. Currently, there isn't, especially, so my area would mainly be staff, and that's where for instance, the gender statistics focus. But we have no data really at a national level in relation to race and ethnicity at the moment, and it is an area that we are looking at and working with institutions to collect. But as I kind of alluded to, there are issues around terminology, categorization, what you collect, and I think that for anything to be nationally benchmarkable, it has to be the same imperfect categories that we see from the CSO and in the census collection. But we have to start somewhere. But I'd go back to what Jason in one of his slides talked about, capturing the lived experience. And I think that in this area we can't just replicate what we did in the area of gender equality, where we went out, we captured all the data, male, female staff at whatever levels and so on. But actually, in relation to race and ethnicity, we really need to find what the experience of our minority ethnic staff is within the institutions. To look at this qualitatively, as Anastasia also alluded to, and to try to look at both of these, because I don't think just collecting the data will give us any indication of anything, and really what we need to do, and that goes back to the idea of informal networks and how what we have down on paper, the policies and procedures, which institutions have really changed so much over recent years, and in terms of gender proofing, in terms of diversity proofing and so on, and a lot of good work has taken place, but how they are enacted in reality, as you mentioned in your initial question, is something that I think, with the advent of the Vice Presidents for Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, you now have a senior person in a role that may have some ability to look further into how the informal and formal overlap.
And I think it's bringing those together. Michael, from your experience, the comment you make that this often becomes the people from the ethnic minorities who have to almost solve the problem. Can you point us to any initiatives you've seen in the UK where, the Irish system could learn from it? Any ideas you've seen put into practice which are beginning to make a difference on the ground?
Personally, and not that this is a reflection of how things are on the ground, but I'm not familiar with any specific practices. But I know that there is a tendency towards trying to encourage and bring other colleagues into these conversations, and so at least open the door. Because when we talk about race and ethnicity, it can be a touchy subject, and people sometimes feel as if they're walking on eggshells. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to react in the wrong way. But I think that for Bayman International staff, if we open that door and say, come in and be part, we want to hear from you. We want you to be part of this conversation. I think it makes it easier then for staff that come from the dominant group to be part of that conversation. So I think that's a starting point for me, to get my white colleagues involved in the conversation and say, look, these are some of the issues that we face as Bayman International staff, and we'd like for you to be an ally in relation to this. So I'm not aware of any specific initiatives, but I know that there is a tendency towards trying to bring colleagues in and trying to broaden that discussion.
I'm aware we have in the audience some of the Vice Presidents who have these portfolios in each of the institutions. Would anybody like to come in on this discussion? There were some burning questions I wasn't able to take earlier, just before lunch. Does anyone want to come in? Yeah. Can we get a mic here, please?
First of all, thank you to all the panelists. My name is Washington. I'm from National University of Ireland, Galway. I'm an academic as well as a practitioner in social services. All the issues that you are talking about are very pertinent and happening. What has been useful in our experience has been to try to decolonize what we teach, understanding that we are who we are as products of our primary and secondary socializations. What you grow up being told and what you taught, and if it's not challenged at a certain level, you continue believing that the racial hierarchy is natural and not socially constructed, that it is. So we need to start by deconstructing race, the idea that anything that is black is inferior, and vice versa, and also critically examining issues of intersectionality. You can be disabled, you can be gay, but if you're white, you still retain white privilege. And if you're black, you still suffer, despite that you might be a woman, but if you're black, disabled, and a woman, you still have the race disadvantage. And going forward, I would also want to hear your views. How would you respond to those in Ireland who say, Ireland is relatively new to this whole idea of multiculturalism. We need time, we need more time. And mind you, we are also colonized by England at some point in our history. Therefore, there's no way we can be racist. Thank you.
Anyone want to comment on that at the stage you're trying to get in?
Well, I'm very happy to comment on that. I mean, first of all, Ireland has always been a multicultural society. There have been travellers here for at least 1,000 years. So, this notion of ourselves as monocultural was always wrong. And it led us very easily to a position where we could deny racism, of course, ably abetted by the notion that as a colonized state, all we could experience was victimhood. But I think that the first thing is to acknowledge that we were always a multicultural society and that this is not particularly new. But you're absolutely right about the way in which that has interacted with us. So I think we need to acknowledge that, and we need to acknowledge the unconscious racism that was part of our society for a very, very long period. rather than ignoring it. In the 1980s, after we joined the European Union, and there was a commission on a multicultural Europe, which eventually led, after a lot of struggle by some of us, to the directives on racism. And an Irish MEP of the day, I won't say who, an Irish MEP of the day said we didn't need to complete any of these forms, or we didn't need to be engaged in this survey, because there was only one culture in Ireland and there were no problems with racism, and therefore there was no need for us to be engaged or involved in this discussion. So you're right, but it didn't. I think the problems we have with regard to racism were created by lack of acknowledging the nature of Irish society as never having been monocultural. There was also a small black minority in this country, and there was also a Jewish minority in this country for at least a couple of hundred years, and I think those things haven't served as well. But I do believe that in one of the things that did serve as well, and I make no apology for saying I was associated with it, was our National Action Plan Against Racism and our National Consultative Committee on Racism and Interculturalism, which the state decided we didn't need any longer in 2008, as a number of you here will know. And I think that sort of straightforward, almost pedestrian approach to looking at each dimension of society, to looking at where do you get policies, where do you actually implement them, how do you actually safeguard things, how do you create conditions for equality. I think we need to go back there again.
Michael, do you want to comment?
Yeah, in relation to your earlier comments, in Queen's University last year, there was a push towards decolonizing the curriculum. And there's a group that are actively working on that, and so I'm hoping that further down the line this is something that I will see as a lecturer in my class, or that I'll be expected to bring into what I'm teaching, and something that I try and do already. So I think that in our respective institutions, things happen if people want them to happen, if that makes sense. So if enough people want something to happen, you can start some sort of momentum. Now, there may be pushback, there may be obstacles, but at least some sort of momentum has started. So I'd encourage my colleagues here in the Republic of Ireland to encourage senior leadership to consider, well, how can we decolonize our curriculum? Because often students are coming in, and this is more pervasive in certain disciplines, right? So say in the humanities, for example, where students learn certain things, but they're really just learning about one perspective. And so they're going out into the world with this really imbalanced understanding. And I think the first keynote speaker, you made reference to that in terms of what your son was learning in geography, but this is happening at third level education as well. So there is a push in certain institutions towards decolonizing the curriculum. And just coming back to the question you'd formally asked me, I was just reminded of, so Advanced HE, of course we know that they'd set up the Athena Swan Charter in 2005, and I know there have been some remarks in relation to Athena Swan and how it's not foolproof and there's improvements needed, but nonetheless it has made a difference for our female colleagues without a shadow of a doubt. In 2016, Advanced HE set up the Race and Equality Charter. And I was looking at some figures, and I'm sure Gary might talk about later, and I apologize, Gary, if I've stepped on your slides. But I have some figures from their website. So in terms of Athena Swan, there are currently 164 members who share 815 awards. So that's between gold, silver, and bronze awards. For the Race and Equality Charter, there are currently only 60 members who share 14 bronze awards. Now, of course, Athena Swan has been in existence for longer than the Race and Equality Charter, but nonetheless, that's not a number to ring home about, that we've only got 60 members, and amongst those 60 members, there are only 14 bronze awards. So I think something else that we can do, and I'd hope that we would leave this discussion today with a view towards action, and at least, asking questions where we are, and maybe ruffling a few feathers to get people thinking about things at the very least. But when I saw those figures, I thought to myself, well, my institution, as far as I'm aware, is not on that charter. So when I go back home, I need to be thinking, how do we get onto that charter and ensure that this is something we're not just saying is important, but our actions show that it's important.
Yeah, certainly, the Athena Swan Charter brought the discussion to the senior management teams of the universities, which it wouldn't have been there before. So a similar, being involved in the discussion around the charter for race and ethnic minorities would have a similar impact, I think, on the ground. Anyone else want to come in at anything? Yeah, here.
Hello, Ita Richardson from the University of Limerick, and I'm actually the Special Advisor to the President on Equality and Diversity in UL, so I'm that senior person. I found the discussion today extremely interesting, so thank you to all the organisers for it. I suppose what I wanted to say, a few things are coming up really. My background, I'm a software engineer, but my background really has been around gender. And I have seen us, through Athena Swan, really shift over the last 5 years. The difference it has made has been quite incredible, I will be honest. Things around our whole recruitment, our policies, looking at our students. So it really has been significant. And I suppose I'm a pragmatist at heart. So I think, you have to you can't do everything all at once. I do believe that. But now I think we've gotten so far, however far it is, you're exactly right. We do need now to be coming in with the race and ethnicity. I don't believe if we had started with that, because the gender issue was always bubbling, and Anastasia's right, of course, that we haven't been monoculture, but in a way we have been monoculture, because we've been monoculture very much within our university system. And what the whole gender equality agenda has done is it has allowed us to look at how can we make change. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, so maybe we should now be looking at our recruitment panels and saying, we need to have some diversity in race. Is that the next move we make? Because we've learned from one particular grouping. And what we've done in UL is we've actually developed an equality and human rights strategy. Because again, we have the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission, can never get it right, IREC, that their act is actually forcing us, rightly, to do things as well. So across our strategy, we're saying we have to look across all the grounds, plus some other ones that we've added in because we believe they're important. So it's no longer about gender. I think gender is sort of that cutting edge, for want of a better word, and I would say that we're now bringing other things, the other grounds with it. And that's where it's important. Leveraging the learning, we've done a lot of learning. I'm always concerned again, Michael is talking there about the main people being the ones that are pushing it, which is exactly what we see about gender equality. So the more that we can get that right across our sectors and get people thinking around, it's not just about women, it's not just about BAME, it's not just about disability and those individuals within those groups working on it. It's trying to get everybody together. And I think there's a real policy level, top down, but there's a real bottom up as well that we've got to work on.
Anyone like to comment?
Yeah, you made a point that maybe I want to challenge to a certain extent, which I agree with, but I must even challenge myself in relation to it, and that's that, we did Athena Swan first, and we've gotten so far, we've kind of gotten that sorted out, and now we're going to move on to race and ethnicity. And I know for myself, sometimes I can be linear in my thinking that I do this, and then I'll do that. And so I've prioritized this. But when we think that way, we are actually prioritizing. We're saying we're going to prioritize the gender initiative first. That agenda, once we've sorted that out, now we'll move on to race and ethnicity. And I think the truth of the matter is that in any higher education institution, many things are happening at once. So if we prioritize something and we take it seriously, in some universities, there are full-time posts for Athena Swan. In departments, there are people that are given, 50% time or 25% time to specifically focus on Athena Swan and working towards bronze, silver, or gold accreditation. And so I think in the same manner, we can take race and ethnicity serious as well. I think it's just a matter of priority. And I think, the truth of the matter is that it's often those that are affected by it that push the agenda. And when we're not really affected by it, we don't really take it as seriously. So as you rightly mentioned with Athena Swan, we would have a lot of female colleagues that are really pushing that. And of course, the rest of academic staff are getting around because we know that this is a serious issue. But in the same manner now with the Race and Equality Charter, for example, we've only got 60 members and 14 awards. And fair play to the universities that got those awards because they probably did a lot of really hard work. But I can almost guarantee that it was the BAME and minority staff that were pushing for those universities to get those awards. So somehow we have to kind of move away from this, we'll do this first and then we'll do that, and also move away from, well, if it doesn't really affect me, then I'm not going to push it. And I think that that's a senior leadership. That's something that senior leadership needs to focus on. How do we ensure that people aren't thinking that way, that, well, if it doesn't affect me, then I don't care?
And I think, you know, one of the key decisions that young academic staff make is how they choose to prioritise their time in that early 15 years of their career. How you spend your time, what elements will contribute in the long run. That can be really important in that regard. So, you know, our reward system have to recognise the time that people spend on these initiatives. And if it genuinely is believed that, you know, if people spend time on raising the issues of diversity and really changing behaviours on the ground, if they feel that that will return to their academic career, that's the key step.
Sorry, could I just say that I think that, people have mentioned it as well, this comfort about racism and about talking about racism that you yourself mentioned as well, I think is part of why it's taken so long for us to get the focus on it. And I feel that from that point of view, particularly as intellectuals and people in third level institutions, there's a need to acknowledge the reality of racism and the extent to which we're all part of it. And we're all capable of racism in one way or another, you know, and I mean, in my experience globally now, it isn't always a black-white issue. If you look at what's happening to the workers from Asia in Saudi Arabia and building football pitches for the next World Cup, for example, you can call it what you like, but it's institutional racism is what it boils down to. So I think there's a need for us to sort of get over our discomfort and to acknowledge the realities of everyday racism and of our individual and collective capacities to perpetuate it. Secondly, Athena Swan did come with a good deal of money attached to it at a certain stage. And if we're honest, we would say that's essential to make institutions move. And I think, therefore, that's one of the pushes that we need to make in terms of resourcing for addressing the issues that we're talking about. And then thirdly, I was delighted to hear you talking about equality and human rights. I think using the rights language is important for us, because what it does is put all of us who are part of third level institutions into the position of being duty bearers, you know, which gives us an individual and collective responsibility for the outcomes in terms of diversity and addressing racism, rather than just something that we'll do when we get as far as it. And from that point of view, the public sector duty puts a sort of a quasi-legal responsibility on us to meet our national obligations in that regard. And I feel that maybe in moving this conversation forward, we need to use those. And we also need to use the equity of access plan for access to third level to higher education, which, to be fair, I do feel has a number of important paths associated with it at this point in time and could have potential. But lastly, I think the VPs are a really important part of the institution, but it's important that just the same as back in minority ethnic groups getting institutionalised as the only people with responsibility, I think it's important that the VPs for inclusion and equality are not buttonholed in that way, and that initiatives with regard to this are whole of institution initiatives articulated clearly from the top by the presidents and by those who ultimately have power, both at university level and also at higher education and Department of Education level.
Just time for 2 minutes for each one of you to make a final comment.
Say, we can't underestimate the importance of allyship, as it's been referred to here today, and that's again the informal piece. We can have as many national policies as we want. Institutions can have their own internal policies and procedures that are gender proofed, race proofed, whatever else proofed. But ultimately, we're talking about people, we're talking about buy-in, and if that buy-in isn't there, and you can even have the semblance of a culture that is the culture that you want, but it's about not so much winning people over, but getting people to understand the other perspective and bringing them along. It's one thing in the gender equality space, we see that when male colleagues get involved with things like Athena Swan applications, like if you look at an example of an Athena Swan department that has a gold award, there aren't that many. I think there's chemistry in York, and I've seen people from there give presentations, and it's not the women who are driving it. It's not even just it's not the BME staff. It's all staff. It's white men, and it's everyone has bought into it, and that's the culture. Now it's very difficult, and Kathleen alluded to the generations of privilege that people are fighting against. But that's another piece that's there, and it's intangible. It's the HEA can't regulate or create policy around that, but it is important to try and change the way people think about this, and if not to convert them, at least to get them to understand how to see things from a different perspective.
Michael?
Yeah, just in relation to, you had made a comment about the fact that, for academics, there's priorities on their time. And so sometimes this kind of work can almost become unsustainable because you're thinking, well, I'm putting so much energy into this, I've got research to do and other things that are actually going to move my academic career forward. I'm very privileged to be part of a working group that is revising the workload allocation model system within the university with a few other senior members of staff. And essentially what a workload allocation model is how your hours are kind of broken down over the course of an academic year. So the number of hours you spend on research, teaching, administration. And I think it's important that we actually formalize this, because if we do not formalize it and if it's not written down, it will become unsustainable. I have colleagues who work with me on the staff network who have said, look, I can't do this anymore because it's taken a lot of my time and it's not being recognized at school level. So this kind of work needs to be recognized in terms of academic progression, that this is a big citizenship thing, and also it needs to be formally written down in terms of you have time to do this, and we recognize that you are doing this, and it's important.
Yeah, I think that is really important. Interestingly, your comment about the University of York and chemistry. When I started my academic career as a chemist in the early 90s, the first department in the UK that invited me to give a seminar was York. It was back in the early 90s before there was any mention of Athena Swan. So obviously there was somebody there who cared enough about female academics to find a young female academic in Ireland. So it's that culture we're trying to change. Thanks very much to all the panel. It's been fantastic to hear the passion and the depth of understanding of these issues. The discussions here today aren't going to change everything overnight, but they're part of a journey, right? And they're part of sharing the understanding of just how challenging it can be to make these changes. But keep up the good work. It's great to have people like you who are passionate about these issues. Thanks very much. Thank you to all. Thank you, panel.
So actually we had laws on racism and race before gender. It's also 10 years since we had the Equality Act 2010, which is where we consolidated all our previous anti-discrimination legislation into one massive piece, at least in Great Britain, not in Northern Ireland. So again, we have disparities here. And I reflect on that as a story in the sense that it's over that passage of time that we've got to understand conceptualizations of discrimination and what that means. What I mean by that is, in terms of understanding where we've come from, the first Race Relations Act was really premised on the idea that discrimination was arising from someone's identity. So it was the odious signs that you will all know as part of the kind of colonial history: no Jews, no Irish, no blacks, no dogs. Those are the signs that you saw in the UK. And that was overt and odious kind of racism, but it was a malign intent that it was directly discrimination against a person. So it's that kind of, it's about that one characteristic. Over time, we've seen how that has changed in our understanding of the law. So we've moved to indirect discrimination. So where we have an understanding, for example, of, where you have certain dress codes, which might exclude women who wear a hijab, for example, and recognizing that actually it's about policies and practices which overtly are not discriminatory, but about indirect discrimination and how that's come along. We've then started to understand what harassment, what victimization looks like, and what that means in the law. But very, very crucially, and the kind of subsequent inquiry into the police investigation, that we started to understand in the UK law system at least what systemic discrimination was. It's about how discrimination or racism was embedded in systems, strategies and practice, often not based on any malign intent, but reflected in legislation. So in the Lawrence case, 5 suspects were arrested, but they were never charged. And it was suggested that during the investigation of the Lawrence murder, that because he was killed because he was black, and that the handling of the case by the police force was inadequate. Institutionally racist. And this, in part, led to our first public sector duty on race relations, which is the Race Relations Amendment Act, that said that actually we had to look at systems and structures within government, within the police, within health, within universities, that addressed institutional racism. So this is the first time we were actually looking at that. We consolidated all of that in 2010 into the Equality Act, where we're now, in the UK at least, supposedly supposed to look at those systems and structures across the piece around equality. Now the shift from the kind of malign to so that kind of direct discrimination to understanding systematic and systemic inequality has been one of our most important shifts, I think, in understanding equality. I think at the same time, we've also seen a shift towards an understanding of the need to focus on equality of opportunity, equality of outcome and not just opportunity. And I'll explain this in my next slide when I kind of take an example from the university sector. I'm going to look at some data because I think that's a really important part of university life, the kind of qualitative hard stuff, quantitative hard stuff. And here I have a slide on the UK's degree attainment. I'm going to clarify and say actually this slide is about UK domicile students. So it's not international students, these are UK citizens. And this is the degree award gap, as we call it,
where students who qualify with a first or 2-1. If you're a white UK student, there are 79.6% of white UK students who do a first undergraduate degree will get a first or a 2-1. If you're a black UK student, 55.5% of black UK students get a first or 2-1 degree. A large part of this is an unexplained gap. And what we mean by this is that even if we control for things like prior educational attainment, whether there's a history of going to university, whether they had free school meals, whether they went to a public school or a private school or a state school, even if you control for all of that, there is still a differential, which means that there is something in the system which is causing students, or actually there's something in the system that means that we are awarding black students a worse class degree than their white peers. And this is a really important thing about equality of outcome as well as opportunity, because if you think about it, we can say, oh, isn't it great? We have all these students who enter university equality of opportunity. They can go to university, they can all succeed. But actually, the outcomes are different. And I think it's really important to differentiate. When we talk about equality, is to think about equality of what? So what kind of equality are we thinking about? Very sadly, we know that kind of overt and covert racism continues to exist. So is that structural, but also overt and covert? And this was a rather damning report from our Equality and Human Rights Commission, which came out in October 2019. You can see the headlines up there yourself. 24% of ethnic minority students had experienced racial harassment. Of those, 20% had faced physical assaults, name-calling, and other microaggressions. And I'm going to come back to that later in my talk as well. More than a quarter of staff had experienced racist name-calling, insults, jokes, and much of this harassment took place kind of in an office environment, often in plain sight. So it just happened, and people put up with it and thought it was, part of office life. International students talked about being unwelcomed, and it's really interesting about the context and the discussion of international students in Ireland. What are we doing around that? And I suppose one of my reflections about that, I'm going to do the reflection now instead of the end, is that if in the UK at least, we started to disaggregate the data about international students and UK students, because very often it's easy to mask the problem by saying, oh, isn't it great, we're so diverse when we have all these international students, but actually we don't know how many UK Black and American ethnic students are actually progressing in their courses and going through the system. But what was really interesting in terms of the finding was the last thing, is that the report suggests that universities are overconfident in their systems and processes. So they say, oh, it's great, all our systems are great, our processes are great, we know how many complaints we have, we don't have that many complaints. But actually, when you look at what staff are saying, actually, we don't tell our university, we're not confident that the system works, so we don't tell them about these issues, and therefore nothing changes. So universities think nothing is happening on their campuses, but actually we know that that's happening. Now, how does this all, I guess, play out in the sector? So what does this all mean for us? Very much like your kind of pipeline issues, we have a similar kind of ethnicity pipeline. I'm sorry my slides aren't as sharp as they could be. I don't think you can see the numbers very well. But what you will see, again, this is UK domicile students and UK nationals, so we're not talking about international staff here. Our first degree undergraduates, if you were to look at numbers alone and thinking about equality of opportunity, you could say, oh, isn't it great? 24% of our UK domicile students are from ethnic minority populations from the UK. And you would say that's a great success story. They're going to university. But if you think about the kind of pipeline, it drops to 16.8% when it goes to research postgraduates. And we all know that that's the first fundamental step to doing an academic career or traditional academic career. 9.5% academic staff. Jason talked about professional support staff earlier as well, and I think that's something else I would like to address. I don't have time to cover it all today. And 8.4% are professors. What that means, however, in terms of intersectionality, and I want to come to that next slide, is this. So Jason talked about not being a homogenous group, and Jason and I have been on panels before when we both said we're the BME people, but we're not obviously the same person, we're very different. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that term BAME or BME. It's a useful term in terms of statistics, but it's a meaningless term when it comes to lived experience, and I want to talk about that. And also meaningless when you start to disaggregate what it means. So of the 8.4%, which I showed you there, this is how it breaks down. So it's 3.3% Asian, 2% Chinese, 1.3 other, 1.1 mixed, 0.6% black. So you're starting to see that BAME term is not a nice homogeneous term. There are differences. So think about that when you start to look at data. When you intersect that with gender, so if you look at BAME male versus BAME female, 6.5% men, 1.9% women. If we break that down even more, so last year we saw the first black woman to be appointed a professor of history. She was the 26th black woman to be appointed a professor at the UK. 26. That's it. There are I think there are 27 now, but that's all the black women professors we have in the UK. So, what have we done in response to this? We have obviously set up a race equality charter, which we modelled on the learning from Athena Swan. Michael has really helpfully pointed out there are 60 members, 14 award holders. I think the pace of change has been a lot slower. Interesting when I reflect on equality law, about how equality law, race law actually came in first, which was interesting. We set it up really to look at kind of progression issues, and it's a framework to which we offer universities to think about equality, race equality. And I highlight it's a framework, it's a tool, it's not a solution in a sense. Athena Swan is the same. I've always said Athena Swan is a tool, it's not the outcome. So use it as a tool and use it as you can. These are kind of the guiding principles we have on the Race Equality Charter. So it's not about the overt, isolated incident. It's also the kind of everyday situation. So I talked about microaggressions there. That's the thing that a lot of BAME staff talk about. The kind of microaggressions they face and day-to-day racism that they face that is casual, that is observed by others but not recognized by others in the institution. We argue as well, and we were talking earlier about excellence and equality and how they seem to contradict each other. That actually, higher education and society as a whole can't benefit unless we benefit from all the people who are in society. And I think that's a really important point. I find it very interesting that universities where we encourage debate and discussion and actually plurality of ideas would want to have non-plural ideas or not encourage that diversity, because how do we learn from each other if we don't encourage that debate and discussion? So I think that's one of the core principles behind this as well. We talk about how solutions should be focused on the institution, so institutional culture change, and avoiding a deficit model. So it's not about fixing the individual. There was talk about leadership development earlier, and I think that is interesting actually, and I think we, for example, run a BAME leadership development program, and there is a sponsor toolkit to that, where we say actually it's about navigating your way through an institution. So it's not about leadership skills in the same way, but there's also a sponsor toolkit. So we expect that institutions will have a sponsor, or each individual on them will have a sponsor within their institution that can sponsor them through and work through it. A little bit on the discussion earlier on mentoring and sponsorship. Our sponsor toolkit is available online if you want to look at it, and you can have a look and see what's in there about how you sponsor BAME colleagues through structures. The fourth point there is about what I've said earlier, that it's, we're not a homogenous group, that actually you need to think about the kind of individual identities. And the fifth bit there, like I said, is the intersection of identities, to think about how important that is. So it's not just about race, it's not just about gender, it's actually, identity is changing a lot over time, and it's about recognizing that, that we have a lot to learn about identity. 10 years ago, if I had stood here, I probably would not have even thought about how trans inclusion was going to be such a big topic in the UK. It has come a long way. I'm going to leave this with my final slide, which is the road ahead. First of all, I apologize for the typo, which I noticed earlier. It should be collect and look at your evidence. And I say this as someone who likes stories, but also knowing how important the hard data is. So it's to think about, what data you have, what are your numbers, how you're going to collect that. I think that's really important. If I think back about the history of data collection in the UK around race, it started in the 91 census, and for many years people were suspicious on what you were going to use that data for. Why should I tell you when I was going to see my GP what ethnicity I am? Why do you need to know this? And I think there has to be an explanation behind what you're going to use that data for, for what purpose, and to really increase the kind of confidence for people to tell you these things. So kind of look at your evidence, collect and use your evidence. Have and start the right conversations about race and listen. I think that's a really important thing. It's very easy to... the reason I say this, I think, is conversations about race can be emotive. They can be very difficult. Some people feel uncomfortable. There is that fear factor of not knowing how to talk about it or wanting to talk about it. And actually, I reflect that a lot. I see that a lot in work we do around mental health, that there is a lot of fear factor around it. People don't want to say the wrong things. So it's about understanding and listening to what people have to say. That's really, really important. And also, listen attentively and start the right conversations. For many BAME people, They will say, actually, I don't want to talk about this because I don't want to be that troublemaker. I don't want to be known as that person who's played the race card, as Jason said earlier. I don't want to put my head above the parapet. So you have to kind of create the conditions and the confidence for people to have those conversations. Pay attention to the lived experiences. So don't dismiss this is why I like the storytelling. Don't dismiss the kind of qualitative feedback about what it really means to be a person in that institution and having to navigate those spaces. Use these then to kind of inform actions to kind of change systems. So think about, what are the systems that we have in place? Where is power lie? In a way that leads to the next bit about being an active leader on race equality. What I mean by that is I reflect on, there is a deputy vice chancellor for an institution that I won't name, and she and I know each other quite well. She reflected about her journey on doing the race equality charter. And she said, I was really uncomfortable because I was a white woman leading this, but I knew I was a kind of senior champion. And she said, I spent my first few months kind of being an active leader by actively listening and observing. And she said she would chair meetings and she would observe who was speaking, who had power in the room, and who had the kind of permission to speak. And so she suddenly realized that even in that room, it was always men who were speaking first. The structures were there. Generally committee meetings, it was white men who were speaking first before black women right at the end of it. And she said actually what she had to do in her position was to actively disrupt that as a leader. So it's kind of being the active leader in race equality. Which leads me to the bit about being an ally. And I say it's a verb, not a noun. You have to be an active ally in that. By this, I mean be willing to call out things that you see that are wrong. So we talk about day-to-day microaggressions. If you're an active, authentic leader, you will call out the things that are wrong. But also, don't be afraid to humbly learn and listen. Accept that we will all make mistakes. Race is an emotive issue for many people. And sometimes we say the wrong things, but learn from that, and don't be afraid of being called out, and accept that. I think one of the things that I've noticed working with universities for many years is that because universities tend to be liberal, or we believe that we're those liberal bastions, we can't possibly be racist because we're so liberal. We can't possibly be racist because we're these liberal institutions. And so people are really afraid to be called out in these situations. And I think the thing is, don't be afraid about it, because this is debate and discussion. This is how we learn. My final point, which is not in there, which I'm going to reflect because of the conversation today, is be prepared for the pace of change. We talked about decolonizing the curriculum, which came up in this room, and we've done a lot of work with institutions on decolonizing the curriculum. And what has been really interesting is seeing the expected pace of change that students today have about where we'll get to on that, and the expected pace of change that university leaders have. The pace of change university leaders have is much slower. They want to change things gradually. Students today say, we want this tomorrow. And when I was doing my bit of research about the Irish context yesterday, I looked at the pace of change around equal marriage in Ireland. If you look at 2005 or 6, you did a kind of constitutional review on whether the definition of marriage should be changed, and the answer was no, because we didn't think this country would be ready for a referendum, and the answer would be no there. The pace of change has been really, really quick there. So don't wait till you're pushed, because what you will see and might happen, you'll see in the UK we have universities that are being occupied by students because they say decolonizing the curriculum is not fast enough. So don't be, kind of be prepared for that pace of change, and don't be pushed, kind of be ahead of the game. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. Some very interesting and very pragmatic messages that people can take away today. Again, we'll keep the questions until after the second speaker. And it's a really great pleasure for me to introduce the second speaker today, Dr. Gemma Irvine. Gemma and I first worked together, it's probably well over a decade ago, Gemma, while you were in the Irish Research Council, and she played a key role in the bringing together of the STEM and the Humanities Councils at that time when the new Irish Research Council was formed. And then she moved into another position in the HEA, where she was very much involved in the Irish National Review of Gender Equality in Higher Education and the subsequent Gender Equality Task Force. And most recently now, she is the Vice President of Equality and Diversity in Maynooth University. And today she's going to share her thoughts, some of them drawing from an article she wrote earlier this year in Education Matters, focused on equality and inclusion are practices, not end goals. So Gemma, looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Have you some slides, or are you? Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Anita. And conscious as well that I'm coming at near the end of the day, I thank you very much for the invitation, but also I've been making notes on my slides from all the things I'm learning from the excellent speakers who have gone before me. So bear with me as I try and incorporate some of that thinking into what I was planning to say today. We're often asked about what we're doing in Ireland because we've taken such a national approach, particularly to the gender equality that I'm going to focus in on. So what I've tried to do here today is to, based on that paper I wrote, go through the approach that we've taken and also reflect on the learnings and where we might go with that afterwards. I think I was having a discussion with a colleague from Brazil and noted that they started their EDI journey focusing in on disability because that was the biggest issue that they were facing as a country. In Ireland, as it's been mentioned before, we started on gender inequality because of an issue in an institution. And I think it's good to kind of reflect on that because what we've got then is this comprehensive national approach that has come out of the National Review that was started in 2015, which resulted in the expert group report in 2016. Excuse me. Then in 2017, we had a task force, and that resulted in an action plan in 2018 as well. So we've had a very structured approach to gender equality, and really we could say we've cut our teeth on that platform, but we're only just starting to get our heads around the wider EDI issues, such as race, ethnicity, disability, gender identity. We've then progressed with quite a focused effort on consent, and this has been driven out of the government, in particular the Minister for Higher Education, and this was addressing, as been mentioned before, that sexual harassment and violence against women that's so prevalent. We've got then another report. We're very good at writing strategies and action plans in Ireland, but also more recently we've had a national intersectionality working group set up with Advance HE and the Higher Education Authority, so we can start to talk more about the issues of that intersectionality. But I haven't it on the slide, but I wanted to mention it because, as Anastasia mentioned, in actual fact, we also have a national access plan, and this has been fundamental to getting change and gathering data so that we can monitor progress, and also that Irish public sector duty needs to be mentioned because that's fundamental as well to the human rights and what we're trying to achieve. So the lessons then from the Irish national approach, I think there is a lot that we can take from this approach, and I'm not going to advocate that we replicate it fully in relation to the other areas of EDI, but more so that we incorporate what we've got here and build on it. So in 2015, when the expert group started its work, it was a very difficult subject to talk about gender equality. I was leading up the secretariat for that group. Nobody wanted to talk with us about gender inequality. It was a very uncomfortable discussion, and a lot of people felt they didn't have the language or the terminology and so would rather stay silent than risk causing offence. It feels like we've moved on a little bit in that space. Everybody wants to talk about gender equality, but we're right back at that starting point in relation to the other issues in relation to disability, race and ethnicity. And particularly for some areas that move so quickly with language, is it LGBTQI+. I think it's part of the discussion that we need to create a safe space where we can have those discussions and learn from each other, and as we've got the gathering today, because some of these areas do move quite fast. But also that lack of data really meant that it's very hard to have an evidence base to talk about these issues. And and then to show clearly that there is an inequality. So that expert group was fundamental in giving that evidence base, which meant, particularly for the presidents, I might say, when we presented that report, they looked at the data and they said, you know what, we can't argue with that. Okay, we're going to get on and do something about this. So that was fundamental. Included in that was a specific focus on that career pipeline and having it disaggregated by gender for both the academics and the admin, technical and professional staff. And I think that's important. The universities and institutes of technology are like mini cities. They're huge. They've got campus services, libraries, residential accommodation, as well as the teaching and learning. They're like a little microclimate that we can have a look at from an organisation and culture point of view. But what was also interesting is looking at the governance and management structures and bringing to bear the gender balance requirement on that, and the fact that we only really have been getting 1 to 2% change annually. The stakeholder consultation and public online survey, I think, is instrumental. And this is something that we can really take for the race and ethnicity. We need the valuable insights from the lived experience to know what we're dealing with, or opportunities to actually get change on the ground. The public online survey that was conducted for the expert group had 4,800 responses, and the majority said there was gender inequality in our institutions, but they also indicated that the culture was macho, there was sexist attitudes, alpha male, and these were often masks by the success of a small number of very accomplished women. And I think that's important because that culture is also likely to affect the staff and students who have the talent and the capability to contribute, but they find themselves in the minority because of their ethnicity, their social class, sexual orientation, physical ability or cultural background. So the culture that we have in our institutions is a key focus that we need to change. We've also got a look at the gap between what is the current practice and then obviously what we would see as good practice, monitoring and modelling that rate of change, because as has been mentioned before today, progress is neither linear nor guaranteed. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, maybe no steps at certain points. So this is where the Minister for Higher Education, particularly with the task force, wanted to accelerate progress, and we've got a national action plan with time-bound targets and goals. So looking then at this organisation cultural change, the systematic barriers that are in the organisations means that talent alone is not always enough to guarantee success. And this is a problem for us. It's our job to harness talent so that we can come up with innovations and change society and have a better world. And particularly, and the reason then that women, and I'll focus in on women here, but equally anyone in the minority who is experiencing these barriers, that they're not found in the most senior positions in the same proportion as men, because they're facing barriers that the men are not. And that is key. So what's really going on? And I won't need to go into this in too much detail with this group here. I'm preaching to the converted. But if we were to focus in specifically on a measure of excellence, such as bibliometrics, and are they really gender neutral? When you start going down into the details, you realise what we're trying to deal with here is many molehills that add up to make the mountain. Any one of these by themselves isn't really an issue, but when you add them all together, you can see the barriers that are being faced. So there was that landmark study where researchers, I think it was the Swedish Research Funding Agency, they looked at who were getting the grants. 50-50 women and men were applying, 25% of those grants were going to women. When they looked, the scores were highest for all the men, lowest for the women, you would expect. But when they looked at the outputs and compared it, the women had to have 2.5 times as many outputs to get the same competency score as a man. These are the little subtleties that we have to try and work around. And bibliometrics favour the sciences, which are traditionally underrepresented for women as disciplines. And then the numbers of papers that are published is used in your career progression. If you've taken any time out of your career, you're at a disadvantage because you don't have as many. So this is a promotion progression issue. And then as first authors, women, and we've got the Cite Black Women initiative as well, that women receive fewer citations than men generally. Women tend to publish more multi-author papers, but on those papers, men get more credit for that than the women do. So there's lots of these little subtle things adding up. And if you take into account the other metrics, and there's that double-blind experiment that is the classic changing the name on the CV from a woman's name to a man's name, giving it to both women and men academics, and then finding that when the CV has a man's name, they allocate a higher score of competence, and they recommend a higher starting salary and more career development. And this is everybody. So it's a societal issue, and it's also about being allocated grant money, amount of space, workload allocation this year of the teaching and learning. So I think it's important to look at the little pieces that we can focus in on to try and get change. And all of this adds up essentially to, you're not going to have much confidence in a system which is treating you that way. And as Jason had mentioned, this myth about ambition, that people don't have the ambition and that's why they haven't got there, low self-esteem, poor political skills or ability to market themselves, when in actual fact the research shows it isn't a lack of confidence in themselves that might stop them putting themselves forward, it's a lack of confidence in the current environment to recognise their talent fairly. And so from that point of view, you would have heard women put themselves forward when they meet 100% of the criteria, a man when he meets 60%. But when you look at what assessment you're doing, both women and men will assess the woman on what she's done, but the man on his potential. So it's the culture, feeding the culture, that is creating this. So it is critical that when institutions make any change to try and work around these issues that we've got, that they're transparent and visible about it, because that's what's going to give people the confidence to stay in the system. And also leading by example. This is very important, and this has been mentioned today as well. That culture is led from the top. And the expert group recommendations were directed at the presidents. I'm a VP for EDI, they're directed at me, the deans and the head of department, and these were built on by the task force actions. These people have the ability to change our institutions. They set the governance, promotion, the workload allocation, the recruitment and selection processes, the campus accessibility and the campus services. These things can be changed. We just need everybody to work together. And in particular, having people who want to work on these issues should be recognised, as has also been mentioned today. Senior appointments, as with the recommendations from the two reports, should have a requirement to demonstrate that they've had leadership in gender equality and they've been progressing this issue. And equally, I think we need to go further. Anybody who is working in EDI should be able to put that on their CV for promotion and progression. They should get a buyout of teaching time, or a PhD student, as was recommended. Recognition formally for the work, because this is core to the bread and butter business of our institutions. It's valuable to us. Every institution has to have an institutional action plan, and they report their progress to the HEA annually. And that HEA assessment, 10% of the core grant funding to our institutions is at risk if progress is not demonstrated. And that's a meeting annually between the HEA and our institutions called the Strategic Dialogue Process, when they're assessed on 6 different areas, including teaching and learning, research, engagement, and governance. Under governance, gender equality is named there. So technically, 10% of their funding could be withheld. That's what focuses presidents' minds and gets them on board. How do we get the middle layer of the institutions on board? Research and their research funding. So the next thing that we did in Ireland was the 3 largest research funding agencies, SFI, IRC and HRB, embraced the expert group recommendations and the task force actions. They all have their own gender policies and plans now. They publish their data and require their assessors to do bias awareness training. And they've requirement to have consideration of the gender dimension in research. And if you're unfamiliar with that term, have a look at the website Gendered Innovations. It's brilliant. It's about the car seats, seatbelts in cars that were designed for the male body type. So women who were pregnant were losing their babies because they weren't designed for them. Medical, clinical experiments that are only done on, say, one gender with a focus. And the toxicology of the medications being produced has a worse impact on females, for example. Men die of breast cancer when they get it because we don't think about men getting breast cancer. Women die of heart attacks because we don't think about women getting heart attacks. All of these things are gendered. The other thing that's important for this is the research funders linked Athena Swan certification of the organisation to eligibility to apply for their research grants. That's the point at which professors started coming to me and saying, okay, tell me about this Athena Swan thing. My research funding's at risk here. So it is a structure and a process that we've put in place that some people could argue is a tick box, but it's also necessary to start a conversation for certain segments of the sector. And on that, I think the Athena Swan, Ireland has really been ahead of the game in taking this on. Obviously, Australia, America, and Canada has followed. And it's advised that institutions and departments take at least a year to prepare the application. That's because it's tough. It's comprehensive. It's an honest, critical reflection of your institution or your department. And it's different to a research funding application where you have to sell yourself as the best candidate for the money. In Athena Swan, they want to see where you're rubbish. Here, here, and here, but this is what I'm going to do about it, and this is the time frame I'm going to give myself to fix it. And that's why so many institutions don't get through the first assessment round, because they haven't gotten that change in the application. But it also, that's where the value comes. Everybody wants to know about themselves and their culture and how to do better. So the value is the process. The certification at the end is nice, but that's not actually the point of doing it. And as Gary had indicated, institutions are overconfident in their structures and their processes. Putting a mirror up to themselves through the Athena Swan process can help to cut through that. Now, what's interesting as well is talk about the race charter. And absolutely, Athena Swan started off as STEM academics, and now it's intersectionality and AHSS. But maybe it should be more. In Ireland, we're a good bit smaller. We don't have the population that the UK has. Perhaps we should look at the option of taking the Athena Swan process we have and making it more Irish, starting to own it and adding in those elements of race and ethnicity rather than having a complete separate parallel process. We're already sort of up to 90 trying to deliver on the Athena Swan. So we have a vision out of the task force report. It's ambitious, and it's that by 2026 Ireland would be leading in gender equality in higher education. So how are we doing? And I'm just going to focus in on the metrics. We don't have the survey update, which Ross will be doing in the near future in the HEA, and which I'd also be recommending he adds in race and ethnicity and disability. So the European Commission puts out SHE figures, and the latest publication saw 22% of the European institutions being led by a woman, and only 24% of the Professor A posts are held by women. Ireland is actually identified as the fastest riser from 2005 to 2017. It's now placed 7th in the Gender Equality Index, which is broader than just higher education. But we've never had a female president of university, and only 26% of our professors in 2018 were female. And the glass ceiling index, where 1 is an equal chance between women and men of being able to move up through the ranks to professor, the EU level is 1.64, but we're at 2.16, so we're still not very good. And if we're looking at that, and hopefully you can see that at the back, this is the latest data that the HEA publish. And I'll just say that Maynooth University's Aero has expertise in visualizing data, and so we'll soon be launching a gender dashboard to take this data and give you the ability to look at it across the different years and compare and contrast institutions. But if you look at this graph, this is the academic core funded staff, and you can see gender balance, which we take as 40% minimum of either gender, because that way nobody's in the minority. And that's important because that's one man in a group of women, one woman in a group of men, or it could be by race, age. So nobody in the minority is what we're aiming for. So minimum 40% of either gender. We're okay until we start going up the ranks and it starts dropping off. And obviously at the professor level, we're particularly poor at the 26%. The professional management and support staff is a little bit in the reverse. In some respects, the majority of the lower paid posts are held by women. But once we get to the very highest point, it flips. And they're all held, the majority, by men. There's no pipeline issue there. There's something about the very highest career point that is specific to our psyche of who we think can hold those posts. That's why we need a targeted approach at that level, as well as our organisation and cultural initiatives that we've got going on. And you may, well, people say this to me, this will just fix itself, surely. We've got, 50-50 lecturers in the system. They're just going to work their way through and we won't have to worry about this. But if you look at our change over time, you can see here, and this is looking at the different levels, whereas that lecturer level is over the 40% and the senior lecturer is just inching up. We're not really making much progress with associate professors and even less with the professors. And when you add in the 2018 data there, you can see very little change in a year. Why is that? When we're all here trying to get change, why is it so hard? And particularly, why haven't the other countries cracked this yet? If you look at all internationally, the countries, they're all at about 30% professors in the system. It's because the system itself is rigid. In Ireland, there's about 500 professors in the system. Only 50 of those posts are available for renewal at any given year. So the capacity of the system for change is so limited. Even if we put all women into those posts, we'd still be only limping along. And this was modelled as part of the task force report. And these lines show, the red line shows, at the bottom it's 20 years, and the black line is 40%. If we did nothing but what we're doing, in 20 years we're still not going to have reached gender balance at professor level. If we try and increase our gain by 2%, which is the yellow line, we're still only going to take 20 years. But they modelled, if they added in new and additional posts over and above what we have, we could halve the amount of time that it takes to reach gender balance at professor level. So it's good to see the type of initiatives that could have impact. And this is where, and I'll drop the term positive action, but targeted initiatives are important. And the HEA has now with Ross a Centre of Excellence for Gender Equality. That is to support the institutions to share that good practice and come up with organisation and cultural change nationally. Now, I think this should be widened out to become EDI Centre of Excellence, not just gender equality. I think it needs to be everything. We should just be talking about people. People don't come in nice, neat boxes. There's a blend of everything, and I think that would be important for it to broaden. What's really good about this is that institutions have genuine collaboration. I've never seen this with research. There's tokenistic collaboration on research grants, but with the gender equality, it's been real. Everybody's struggling with this, and the institutions are coming together to try and do a better job. You may have heard, and I'm just going to mention it, the Senior Academic Leadership Initiative launched in 2019. It's to complement those organisation and cultural changes targeted at that top end of the career pipeline. 45 new and additional professor posts and senior lecturer posts over 3 years at the same standard as any other appointment to those posts. Quality is key, but they're only going to be funded in areas where there's a clear underrepresentation of senior women. based on similar initiatives in the Netherlands and Germany. And I just want to say, in the Netherlands, when they had a scheme like this, the deans in the institution were so impressed by the calibre of people who applied. They went and pulled their own money together to secure an additional 3 posts over and above the 10 that they had on offer. Talented women are out there, and we want them to come and work in Ireland. So I want to finish then, and this is where I've done most of my scribbling, for all the good things that everybody was saying, because I believe that EDI is everyone's responsibility, and this is what we've been hearing. I think a collaborative national approach is needed. Research funding agencies, government, institutions, students, academics, everybody. They need to be empowered to engage and embrace the diversity and then adopt those equal and inclusive practices. It can't be left to the people who these issues are affecting. It's everyone's responsibility. And I think that's important because when we talk about gender equality, we're talking about half the population. When we talk about disability or race or ethnicity, we're automatically shining a spotlight on a minority, and it's not fair to have, as has been said, that spotlight left to them to solve. We all need to come into this discussion. And I really like the LGBT, where they had a campaign about getting everyone to come in, because if everyone comes into the discussion, nobody has to come out. And I think that's important if we're all working on this. And particularly, I just wanted to say, in Maynooth, the way that we've started this is an open discussion forum led by the students that we held before Christmas. We had a great turnout of staff across the breadth of the institution, academics, campus services, library. We had uncomfortable conversations, and that's what we're going to continue to have with our students and our staff. We were discussing issues and highlighting things on our campus and capturing that lived experience. And one thing struck me. One of the students said, when you experience that discrimination, it's like someone poking you in the arm. When it starts, you just try to ignore it as an irritation. But after a while, it starts to hurt. And then you only need the slightest tap for it to inflame something that's already sore. So we need to provide a space where we can have a safe discussion about this, where we can have these uncomfortable conversations so we can all learn and grow. Because as was also mentioned, if you can't see it, you don't know there's an issue there, so you can't fix it or work with them as well. And that open discussion forum cost nothing. And all I did was listen. And the most powerful thing that also came out of that was some of the minorities who have essentially a hidden race and ethnicity. They had never been in a situation where they could talk about who they were and how it felt to be them. They carried on in their day-to-day life, living the face, and then at home, they're themselves. We want our institutions to be places where you can bring the whole of yourself, because that's the whole of the talent that we need. And my final point in this regard as well, 2 final points. My office is unique in that I've got the EDI agenda with staff, but also the Equality of Access Office with widening participation. And I think that's important. I talk about people. I don't have categories. I think all of these issues is just about people and helping them be successful in their day job. The academics are facing diversity in their classrooms right now, every day. It's my job to help them have the tools and the supports to be able to have create a space that's safe so these students can have these discussions about these issues and they feel they have the tools to react appropriately when there's situations that arise. And then the last thing, everybody has biases. We're conditioned that way. And unfortunately, once you realise that, they don't go away. This can't be a tick box exercise. Once we've done Athena Swan, we haven't done anything, because these should be practices. We're going to have to work around those biases every day for the rest of our lives. So that's why I'm saying equality and inclusion should be considered practices, not end goals. And I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
Thanks a million, Gemma. I'd ask Gary and Gemma to come back up to join us for the panel discussion. And is Eben Joseph in the room? Yeah, will you come up and join us? And Megan Riley, are you here as well? Yeah. So good to have a plenary discussion. Seeing as there's two new people joining us, I'll just briefly introduce the two new people. So first of all, Megan Riley is currently the Vice President for Equality and Citizenship within the Union of Students of Ireland. She graduated from Galway and then spent 2 years as a full-time officer in the Students' Union, firstly as welfare officer and then as president. And her work now involves focusing on marginalised voices in the third level education. She's also a board member of the Irish Family Planning Association and the Irish Council for International Students. And Dr. Eben Joseph, you're very welcome. I gather you were committed to teaching this morning. She's a career development consultant at the Royal College of Surgeons of Ireland and a consultant on race relations. So her first degree was in microbiology, and then she saw the light and moved towards education. And she's currently a module coordinator of Black Studies and Critical Race Perspectives in Education at UCD, the first module of its kind in Ireland. Dr. Joseph founded and is chair of the African Scholars Association Ireland and the Unforgettable Women's Network. So tremendous experience here in the panel. Just to kick off, I'll give each of our two new panel members just an opportunity to share some ideas, and then we'll get into a discussion. So, Eben, will you kick off?
Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting me to kick off. And thanks, I'm so sorry I couldn't be here. I tried to come in, but I was teaching, and Black Studies is my baby, so that stays as my priority. I don't know where to start because, there's just so much you want to say, but I was happy to hear Michael talk, so I'm like, okay, yeah, so we've got, quite a number of the things that we want to put on the table, and I guess, a lot of times when we hear of Athena Swan and we hear of women issues, something inside me always wants to stay because I'm part of the intersection, Athena Swan intersectionality team, but again, it's an issue I bring back there all the time. That when we talk about the issue of equality, or we talk of EDI in higher education institutions, and we talk of women, are women that look like me, are they part of it? Are you talking about me? Because everything in me says, absolutely, you're not talking about me. Because if you're talking about women that look like me, the situation in Ireland should have changed by now. I mean, when they are calculating 6% professors in the UK, I'm like, duh, we only have one, in the whole of Ireland, and so if we say how many academics of Black African descent, are tenured in Ireland, I don't mean precarious work, where we go and lecture one module and we go and we have to contract ourselves out to other places, other roles, to be able to pay the bills. So I work full-time in the Royal College of Surgeons because I have 13 years experience, my industry experience as a career development consultant. So I am saved by my role as a career development consultant at the Royal College of Surgeons. I couldn't leave as an academic in Ireland. I couldn't do half of the work I'm doing now. I'm in different places speaking. The only reason I can do that because I don't have to depend on that, because I have a full-time job that is outside of the academy. So when I read that recently, a good number of professors, roles have been marked for professors, I'm like, duh, that's not even us. We are not even lecturers yet. We're not even, not to talk of that. So I don't know. I mean, like when I was coming, if I made it earlier, I had a presentation and I wanted to talk about decolonizing our educators. So we're talking about the curriculum. You can't even decolonize the curriculum when our educators are not decolonized. Nothing can happen. I mean, last year I went to a secondary school, 5th year history students. That was the first time they had been taught by a Black person. I was really upset. Half of the class that came in for that lecture were children of Black African descent. They were all born here. That was the first time. I mean, they surrounded me. They were so excited. They were giddy with joy. to just see someone that looked like them, and I was upset. In 2018, or last year, was the first time Black Studies was a module in Ireland. In the UK, see, when we talk about the pipeline, one of the reasons many of us can't even, because we have what we call the black tax. And so we have to pay the black tax. What's the black tax? That we have to be 2 times, 3 times, 4 times as good to be able to compete with a person of that is white Irish, to even get those roles at all. And so when we don't have things like Africana studies or Black studies in Ireland, our voices are not even on the table. We're not in the room. The conversations can't be had. We don't want you to talk about us anymore. We're done doing that. Don't call me to come and sit down and talk about them. Who is the them? It's me. Yes, I'm an academic now, but I am the them you're talking about. So we don't want that conversation again. If we're not on the table, part of the table, we don't want to have that conversation about them. We're done doing that. And so again, and I know I'm sounding really angry. That's because I am angry. Because I'm exhausted. I mean, this is only January. My January, I feel like I've had 4 months. I started this year with a parody. Some people created a parody account of me on Twitter. I'm trying to get Twitter to take it down. We can't take it down because apparently they are not breaking the rule. What are they attacking? Me as a Black Irish African woman as an academic. They are not attacking any other thing. They are attacking me because I talk about race and I talk about racism. I ask them, I say, how many of my white Irish friends or colleagues who have been teaching about race for years in Ireland? We have migration professors, race professors, white Irish. They don't have parodies. They are not attacked online. So why, do you understand? So there are some things. There's something we bring to the table. If we are not on the table, if our voices are not included, you cannot make those changes. If you go back, historically, Black colleges in the US, why did they happen? Because we had Black academics, but they presented something that the students could see. Only 1 year that I have taught Black studies in UCD. My students, I got an email from them, and it was only 12 lectures. I got an email from them in November last year inviting me because they had organized themselves in UCD and they were organizing something they called a glimpse into Black studies. I was excited. I was clucking like a clucking mother hen, because I didn't do it. I didn't ask them to do it. I just taught them. And I sat for an hour and I watched my students, my ex-students, talk about Black studies and what they had learned. I was thrilled. And after that, somebody who attended the event invited them to Trinity College to come and give a talk. You understand what I'm saying? And so if these things are not happening, nothing can change. So if we really, really want to see changes, we need to do something. There is a Black tax that we pay. The pipeline, you cannot tell me, UCD, I finished from UCD, you cannot tell me we have people of African descent who studied their PhDs in UCD, Trinity, all over the places. If our money is good enough to be taken in Ireland, then we're good enough to have those roles change. We're done talking. We're talking and talking and talking. I'm just tired of going for meetings. We just need to see the change or nothing is going to happen. Sorry.
Well, I'm sure that passion is going to turn into change, right? Keep up the good work. Megan, from your perspective, seeing it through the students' eyes, what are your thoughts?
No idea how I'm going to follow that. Yeah, I suppose our organisation, we represent students across the island, and we work with various different students' unions, and I've kind of been sitting here throughout the whole day listening and kind of reflecting on it from a student point of view and thinking about, I suppose, what's happening from the student perspective, and then what are the linkages between students and senior management, and how do they fit into this wider EDI piece as well. And I mean, just reflecting on our own work first, when you look at students' unions across the country, they're in periods of development and transition themselves as democratic organisations, and we're seeing ethnic minority officers springing up in students' unions, which I think is really important representation as opposed to just the equality role. Minority groups are actually seeing themselves represented in an officer position. It's the same in societies. I know there was a society for members of the travelling community set up in NUI Galway last year, and ourselves in USI, this will be the first year we've ever run it, but we're running an event called Empower, which is for ethnic minorities in leadership, and that came forward, I think, as a recognition that we need to create a space, and it was mentioned earlier on, the importance of getting people into a room together and allowing them to talk about their experiences, the parallel experiences that they've had, because of the background that they come from. And I think the importance of that can't be overstated, where people are able to come together where they might not have seen people like them before. And we run similar events for other minority groups as well, women in the LGBT plus community. And then you see the knock-on effect in students' unions. You see more women in leadership, you see more LGBT plus people in leadership. So really looking forward to kind of seeing the fruits of that come through students' unions. And then I was thinking of, I suppose, the accountability as well of students. There was a mention earlier on of change of pace, and that students are often the ones who are pushing forward this change. And I think if higher education institutions consider themselves sort of forces for progressive change, which I think they should be, and these sort of cultural centres, they should reflect society through all levels. And I think students in particular should be putting pressure on institutions, I think, and students' union representatives who sit at these EDI tables should certainly be holding senior management accountable. And I was thinking as well of like the knock-on effects that it can have for not seeing yourself represented for students when they're going through the institution, if there are people like them around them within their classrooms, but then also, do they see themselves represented in senior leadership positions? And people talked about how racism is intergenerational, and I think the same can be said in terms of when people don't see themselves represented and then they're graduating and they're going onto a world where they haven't seen people like them in positions of leadership. And the effect that has as well, even when we talk about staff and we talk about precarious work and the knock-on impact that has from students who are part of minority groups. And I think the targets and tangible goals are really important to be setting, and that we can't just be getting people in the door, but we need to look at it at all levels. So, I mean, we're seeing more people from the travelling community go into third level institutions, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. We're not seeing them in leadership positions throughout institutions. So I think that question kind of needs to be there. And then you look at like the systemic level of the structure of the institution, and do they have our quotas being put in place? And I know that's being talked about today as well. But then you look at, do they have reporting procedures for racism? Do students and staff know how to report racism? Is there a clear process out there through which the institution pledges that they will tackle it, and that the burden is not put on the person who is trying to report? And then you also look at the kind of the more cultural piece. So I think Kathleen had talked about international students, and we've said this for years, that because we have such a broken funding model of higher education in this country, institutions have become overly reliant on international students and are draining them of thousands and thousands of euros worth of money with no subsequent increase in the services that those students might need. So where is that piece of cultural integration, those networks who are there, I think for staff and students as well, where they're given opportunities to come together and talk about their experiences and kind of get properly integrated into the institutions as they should be. So they were just some initial thoughts of mine from the day.
Thanks very much. And I think pressure from the student body is actually one of the strongest ways in which we can drive change within our institutions. Gemma, I have to ask the question. Gatekeeper turned poacher, right? You have a unique perspective on this, having been, the champion in terms of gender equality within the HEA for a key period of history, and now moving over to the institution where you're suddenly responsible for delivering that shift in culture. Your first thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, because I think in my role in the HEA, I felt like I was nudging stakeholders forward independently. It could be the department, who were obviously very supportive, the research funding agencies, a bit like herding cats, bringing them together to have this joined up voice, and then presenting it to the institutions who had given us feedback. And, I think we did a good job, but now seeing it from the other side, I'm like, could have done that better. And also, I think very much, as has been said, it's involving the people who this is about. What's that saying? Nothing for me without me. Nothing about us without us. And I think that's critical. And so now I feel like I'm in an institution where I'm going around talking to the different parts of the mini city, because it is, the students are key. And I've always thought we're there for the students. The academics doing research and delivering the teaching need, they're seeing these policies and they're seeing these processes and they're hearing about them, but they don't know where to go to find them. They don't know where to, what to say, what to do, and where to take a person if there's a disclosure or a situation is in their classroom and two students are kicking off with completely opposite views on a very highly sensitive topic. They need the supports to be able to handle that. But I think bringing that sense of the government, an agency perspective of what was trying to be achieved and knowing where the levers are is really important. Bringing that into an institutional setting and then learning where the levers are in the institution. I'm applying a similar principle, but I'm bringing that sense of the evidence base so that the people I'm talking with are like, why should we even do this? What change is going to happen? And you can point to the places where things are starting to change. The other thing that has really come home to me is that everybody's so stretched across the board, just trying to deliver a good job, trying to give a quality education for students, and that's been their absolute goal through the recession. Everything else has had to come second, so a lot of the well-being of themselves and the services, career development, all of those types of things have taken a back seat. So we're trying to bring the system up to recognise and value the people who are on the ground delivering this service. No wonder they feel a little bit left behind. It's great to have grand policies. It's great to be able to have ministers launch things. What does their lived experience benefit from having these? And we're only just starting to see that. So if I can help someone do their job and be more successful in their job so that they feel they have the terminology and the language, then that's great. And very much, as Eben has said, I'm coming from that, cutting my teeth on a platform of gender equality. Now I feel like I'm going into a new space, and particularly in Maynooth that has such a strong focus on travellers. We have exactly everybody we need, the president and the heads of the institution, the students and the academics. We just need a structure to be able to help progress that in a reasonable time frame, not putting pressures on people who are already completely stretched.
Very interesting. I often think universities are like tankers. If the management team disappeared for a month, no one would notice. The whole university would continue on. And that very resilience and the fact that things happen in such a complex way, there are strengths in it, but there are weaknesses. No matter how committed the leadership are to changing it, it's really difficult to change this tanker, which has its own momentum. So there are complex levers. But it's interesting to hear your perspective sitting on both sides. Your experience, Gary, Advance HE has done tremendous work in this area. And what really stood out for me from your presentation was that, the fact that there were very rigorous race laws in the UK long before gender, but the progress that has been made, it's quite stark. I hadn't really seen that contrast before.
I think I've changed my view over the last how many years I've done this. When I started working on equality practice many years ago, everything was rooted in the law, because I think for me that was the construction of how policy, institutional practice was structured. And I think the law is a useful tool, but it's only a tool when it gets to the point where something is illegal and has been broken. It's a useful framework in that sense, but actually it doesn't address the very kind of grey area. What I mean by this is, if you look at the law in the UK, we're very clear on when a race crime is committed or race hate. And if you translate that to a university setting, you can see quite clearly where it's racist behaviour, where it verges onto a crime. What it doesn't address is that very kind of nebulous grey area. This is the bit that I'm really interested in. If you were to take John Stuart Mill's On Liberty, for example, and think about the fact that he says, whatever. Don't quote me on this. It's a long time since I did political philosophy, he's basically arguing that as long as it doesn't harm someone, then it's fine. You can say that's what liberty is about. And actually, sometimes universities occupy that space where they say, well, it's academic freedom. It's not harming someone, so it's fine. And the law kind of supports that. It's not direct harm, but really what it comes back to is what Gemma was saying about that kind of being poked every day and that drip. It may not harm someone in that kind of legal way, but having that kind of view espoused every day, which kind of verges on the kind of unlawful but isn't unlawful, and therefore isn't sanctioned by isn't kind of sanctioned by our legal frameworks, is insidious, and it kind of damages confidence and people's behavior. But I still think the law, for me, was an interesting kind of narrative in terms of how we've started to understand equality and start to conceptualize it. Because when you say the word equality to people, or diversity or inclusion, people have very different views on what that means. And I think it has given me at least an important frame of reference, but not the only frame of reference.
I'd like to give the opportunity to some people in the room if they want to get involved in the discussion. I'm aware we only have about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Adekunle Gomez is my name, and by way of introduction, I was born in Ghana, and I arrived here in 1981. So shows you how long I've been around and primary space. Now, an incident took place in the GPO. No, not that one, but equally important. And for the benefit of our visitors, in 1916, there was a very important incident in the GPO. Now, this one was this very busy day as usual, and people were just coming through, and there was the door was held, and this guy who looked like me rushed past. So the next thing was there's a voice behind said, "They haven't been civilized yet." So the next thing was that the guy goes through, he noticed that the person who was holding the door also looked like me. I can confirm this incident because I was the person holding the door. Now, I make reference to this incident because now we're talking about racism and discrimination, especially against black people. And it makes me wonder, what are the origins of such ideas which enable us to see some people in a different way? Obviously, we are familiar with David Livingstone and his Civilization, Christianity, and Commerce quote. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to incidents like that, it's not just the people who we think are saying terrible things, but certainly, if you take charities, which I think it is the big elephant in the room, their practices reinforce certain ideas about black people in Africa. And I'm delighted that Jason made reference to David Lamy, because he was brave enough to comment on the Stacey Dooley. Those who are not familiar, Stacey Dooley was holding a baby, well, a child, in Uganda, and the contrast between the skin color couldn't be too obvious. So David Lamy was, saying that, well, you are putting across a certain idea about the power relationship. And unfortunately, one of the people who kind of came to the defense of Stacey was a fellow Ghanaian. And I said, well, hang on now, what is going on here? So we kind of internalize. Now, so the next thing was that the whole thing about whether people were getting positions or not, I was wondering whether it is to do with that saying, knowing one's place. And I know it is a kind of a social phrase in the UK, which is supposed to be a kind of a class. But I was wondering whether this does not also extend to race and where it comes from. Now, reflecting on the theme of today, where does education come in? I'm delighted to say that back in 1999, a group of academics came together to form the African Studies Association. So there is a group there, teach history, some of them English, geography. 3 years ago, they also organized a conference, which Michael, apparently there was a Nigerian who studied in Queens, and he did an amazing work with the student movement. In actual fact, in the 30s and 40s, there was a West African Students' Union very active in Ireland. So the history of Africans in Ireland extends. In actual fact, it goes back to 1578, where the people were executed in the Kilkenny Journal. There were 3 of them, 3 women, as they say, in the Black and War. So it looks like things haven't really changed over the past, gender and race. Now, okay, just moving on, because I know we have
conscious of the time.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
The curriculum, to respond to what people said, I have had a look, and it does give opportunity for the study of Africa in geography, history. The question is that the resources which are required are not there. I'm disappointed that Shoyinka is not on the our Nobel Prize winner. So I was wondering, like, we had a conference here here on the curriculum, and we are looking to look at the content of how we can promote the objectives of the NCCA in schools. So I know there are people here from education institutions, and I'd be delighted, to get offers to organize a conference which would look at the 3rd level teachers who are training and what they think about looking at the units they are supposed to teach. Now, my question is a bit of a personal one to Gary. I was wondering, like, when people see you in the UK, I presume they think you are Chinese looking. Now, do they kind of assume that you are Chinese? And secondly, when they discover that you are from Singapore, do their attitudes change? Because when it comes to ideology, they say, oh, Chinese, China, communist country. Singapore is one of us because they are non-communist.
Over to you, Gary.
Can I speak to 3 things there?
Yeah.
On the origins of racism, I would encourage you to read a book by Professor Bina Kandola, who writes about where the constructions of race and hierarchy have come from. It's a really fascinating book. I can't recite it because I'm not an expert in the area, but it's a great book. That's Professor Bina Kandola. On the bit about curriculum, I think you're right. I think curriculum is a really important thing for us, but I would encourage an expansive view of curriculum, not just... I do a lot of work with library services, and decolonizing the curriculum, as I say to them, is not just about changing your reading list. And that's a very view about the resources around it. And I give a personal example about when we talk about curriculum, we talk about feedback, assessment, and the methods to which, and this comes back to practice, the ways we do things. And I say that when I first moved to the UK, my worst module that I ever did, and I did a degree in comparative English literature, which was very, very Eurocentric, by the way. But the worst module that I ever had was a module that I was assessed on verbally. Not because I didn't know what I was talking about, but I grew up in a very didactic education style where, I wasn't like going, oh, me, pick me to speak, because that wasn't how I was taught to learn. And so I had a terrible grade because I didn't jump up in class and speak all the time. Not because I was stupid, or at least I don't think I was stupid. That just wasn't the style of assessment I was used to. And as an international student, we're not told this is how the assessment is going to be, and you just grade on it. So I would encourage you to take curriculum as an expansive view as to pedagogical practice in its whole, and not just thinking about the kind of subjects. Although it's right, our reading list, our things that we teach, that we give students to read, is very Eurocentric in that sense, and doesn't have perspective. How others perceive me. I don't know how others perceive me. When I first moved to the UK many years ago, I don't think people actually knew where Singapore was. Most people thought it was part of China, I have to say. A lot of people were, is that part of China? 20 years ago, Singapore wasn't really on the global map. It was, we are a tiny island. It's changed dramatically over the last 10 years. But what I will say, I have a member of my team who is from Poland, and I ran a session with her quite recently. She's a new member of my team. And she said to me, she said, "Oh, were you born in London?" And I said, "No, I grew up in Singapore. That's why I grew up. I only moved here in my 20s." And she said, "Oh, I would have never have guessed from your accent that you're not from London. You know, you sound like you're from London." And I said, I had to make a very conscious change to my accent in order to be able to come across as confident and being able to speak it. When I speak to my family over the phone, my partner says you sound completely different, and I code switch. And I think that's one of the strategies that people use, or people from who have different accents use. And I think that's sad in a way, because it's I'm having to do this because that's how I've navigated my way through life in the UK. But it doesn't answer your question. I don't know how people perceive me. Ethnically, if you want to know, my great-grandparents, or most of them, moved from China in the early 20th century, apart from one of them who moved in the 15th century. So there was a long history of migration as well in that part of the world.
Any other comments from the panel?
I guess maybe just to add that I think that, I don't know if this thing is slow, but I think that, race-neutral discourse doesn't help. So just let's knock it off. Race neutral, that we're all the same. As much as we wish it, race discourse neutral doesn't work. And we see from our statistics, because again, in my research, I use a lot of statistics. So when we have this group saying migrants, people of migrant descent, people fall through the cracks. So whether it's black people, whether it's Irish travelers, people fall through the cracks. So you will say 24% are black. But until you break it down, then you begin to see that. So if we really want to see change, we cannot have race-neutral discourse. We must break it down to different groups. In as much as we want to say, we're all one group, I would love us all to be one group, but the truth is that our experiences, our everyday, our lived experiences, is not the same. And so for us to be able to make that change, we need to look at what is happening, with different groups. Let's look at our pipeline. Really, really important. Something happens in the pipeline. People come into a system, they are able to, but they fall through the cracks. Let's compare. Again, I say if we want to do great work, let's compare. People who finished PhDs or people who got into work, 3 years, compare the progression rate. Then we can see at what point we're not allowing them to progress. That's how we need to be deliberate. The change we really want to see has to deliberately happen.
I feel this discussion could go on forever, but I have a responsibility to get those of us who need to get on trains, including me, on trains, right? So I'm going to have to draw this discussion to a close. I want to thank all of the panellists. I think this is it's a dialogue that's only starting in Ireland, and I think we should come back to it over the coming years and refine our thinking. I certainly have learned an awful lot from the discourse today, so thanks very much to every one of you.